Okay, Plus Ultra presents The Grey Lodge. Friday Night Gnostic Book Club, Nightside of Eden, Escape the Tunnels, Path 2. Joined by, tonight I guess I'm just joined with one, but shout out Matt Mura, Joshua the Branch, who should be coming, Monty, who should be coming, Mike, who is not coming, and Seth, who said he was coming. Okay, there's Monty right now, so we'll bring Monty up. And of course, my other Solar. Sorry, I didn't mention you, but yeah, Solar Exile, and I will let you guys introduce yourselves, and then if obviously when Josh comes, he can as well. When Seth comes, he can as well, and then we will be doing part 2 of Kenneth Grant, or Solar had a funny name for him, but now I've totally forgot. I legit forgot. So my apologies. Okay, Solar, why don't you introduce yourself? You don't have to plug if you're not ready, but you can do whatever you want, and then Monty can go.
Yeah, Solar, Left Hand Path, Zogchen, happy to be.
Yeah, and thank you for joining us, Solar. I know you had to work, so apologies for that. Okay, but it's great to have you. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it, really. It's nice to have you here especially when the whole crew isn't here. So, but I appreciate it. I appreciate Monty coming as well. Monty, do you want to plug yourself and promo anything that you want to promo? If you have nothing, that's okay. But say something and tell people to follow you.
Hey everybody. Yeah, Monte Carlo here. Longtime Logi and longtime collaborator with Jin. We have a lot of episodes up on the Threshold Saints, and I may be having something spicy coming up. I may have something very exciting. A friend of the lodge has deactivated, and they're left a cloud-sized hole in a certain podcast. Now, I don't want to speak too soon, but I may or may not, have things coming. And ouch! I banged my toe. That hurt.
He deactivated? Are you serious? I have an episode with him coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
He's
really
coming.
devastating. Yeah.
Oh fuck. Well, that's okay. His episode's still coming out. It's really good anyway, and I wish I would have done it sooner. I've really been trying. Anyways, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to derail. But yeah, that sucks. But I'm glad to hear that there might be something in the works. So appreciate that. Sorry, Monty, didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I got nothing.
Okay,
That was all I
got. MT Well, Logi. I mean, everyone's up here. All the co-hosts are like obviously my longtime collaborators, and I should have said Threshold Saints, and they've all had multiple episodes. Of course, you can follow us at the True Grey Lodge with a V, not a U. So TRVE GreyLodge.com. You can find all our episodes, including the ones that I have done, like on my show with the co-hosts, as well as all of our YouTube links and socials and all of that. Of course, check out Matt Mura and his website and all his work. He who built the website for us and uploads and runs our YouTube channel. So shout out, brother Matt. Thank you so much. Also, Mike, Mike is really great, and Mike is actually working on like an astrology project on the side with me, and we're looking at some interesting people to see if there's any karmic connections, we'll say. Not in like a weird way. I'm talking about like people who are deceased, looking at if there's karmic connections to people in the present. So it's interesting. So we await Mike's return next week. What else? Sir Tim, thank you, Sir Tim, from the great Hapaborean state of Hawaii, for joining us all the way across the ocean of space and time. Joining us in Consent, Synthesis, Magic is absolutely very real. This is obviously a speculative space, so everything we're going to discuss is 100%, 110% speculative. We're speculative Gnostics, I'd say. Yeah, I like Dharma. I follow Dharma, but like, I'm just gonna, let the fetters be free when we're here, and I think it will be more interesting anyway, just to be a little more flexible. So, Mr. T, MT Well, thank you so much. Appreciate it. You also have an episode coming up on Threshold Saints. So, I was actually going to release your episode and A Wayward Clouds in the same week since it sort of had a Dharmic theme. So, that will still happen. What else? Oh, happy birthday. Happy birthday to Matt Murrah. Obviously, I call him my right hand man, but he's really his own agent, his own agent of free will, we'll say. But he is moving, and he is just turned 24, I think. 24, yeah. So it's kind of crazy, to be honest. I've known him since he was 22, and he's already 24. Wow. I'm getting old. Okay. What else? Last week was really productive. I thought we had a great space. I thought Solar brought up really awesome, like great points about all of it. I thought I also brought up great points. I thought, even though I sounded surprised sort of when I said it, I think the whole book is about breaking out of the Klippas. And I think I like that thesis. I think I like that thesis for a lot of left-hand path materials now. I think I'm working with it, but I'm sort of adopting it as well. I think it's an interesting framework to take it, as I say, strictly conceptually, more of a, middle path approach. You're not ritually doing anything, but you're thinking about Kabbalah, you're thinking about the ideas laid out in the text. And I think through that, perhaps is a very interesting, it's speculative Kabbalah. I mean, that's what the whole book is. Now, I have completed it. I have to agree with what Brother Solar said last week. It is when he starts to get into like the goetic spirits and like the names of this god and like all the relationships, like it gets, for me, it's very convoluted. So I agree with that. And it kind of doesn't really make sense. It kind of loses the, for me, it loses the tone of the first part where it's much more, okay, yes, Solar, please go ahead. Can't hear you yet. Okay. We'll wait. You just jump in, Solar, when you can. Okay, he'll come back. No problem. So he might disagree. He might agree with me. That's totally okay. But okay, he's gonna come back. We're gonna bring him up as a co-host. I also want to say, Monty, you did really great. I know I told you, but I wanted to tell you again. You did a great job as a host when I was away, and you held it down for all of us. So greatly appreciated. Yes, Solar, please go ahead.
All right, mic check before. Am I good?
Yeah, you sound good.
Okay, yeah, sorry. I'm at home. I don't know what's going on. No, I was gonna say I'm a little bit exhausted by Grant. Not that I'm not like super stoked to talk about it, but I read Cult of the Shadow. So at this point, I've read three of his books in the last like week or so ish, right? And my head is spinning a little bit, right, between the fairly intricate like Kabbalah that he does in the Magical Revival and in this book, and then with the just like I don't know, like sweeping like attributions and sort of equivocations, especially in like Cults of the Shadow, going all the way back, kind of more deeply into the sort of his version of this like this astral African sort of like primal cult. It's just like, dude, this is too much, like I sort of appreciate the hustle of it, I appreciate this sort of like mytho archeo tectonic work, but it's like I'm tapping out, as far as trying to keep up with the sort of like web of associations, since at this point we're spanning like four continents, and even in like normie like historiography time, we're spanning like 3,000 years. It's quite a lot.
I 100% agree. I'm like, to be honest, I'm like, I feel like there would be a really interesting exercise into cutting, like re-editing a multitude of his books, but like Frankensteining them together. but like cutting all the bullshit out, because I think there is actually really interesting. I guess we have to call it like a Hebrew name now, because Solar, you've ruined it for me. Now, how can I go back to calling it Kabbalah when you say it properly? Makes it really difficult. So anyway, yeah, I think that, but I do think he is good. Like, I don't think he's like, I think it's innovative, and I think he kind of pushed the boundaries, but I do think he gets lost in the sauce, to use a cliche. So I agree with you 100%. Like, you know, the problem with the African mythologies is that it is 100% discernible. Like, there could be an interesting mapping that people could make, and definitely I would like to try with Santeria and like the Orishas, and I think I actually could probably do a fair job. But I think with the diversity and just the like ethno-linguistic complexity, I think it's like way too difficult. Yes, Solar, please go ahead.
Yeah, well, it seems it's sort of odd, right? Because like his fundamental ontology, is I'm pretty sure. Am I still there? God damn it! I just got the little bleep of death. Am I here?
No, you're here.
Thanks. Sorry, I just God,
No,
I'm
no.
on the edge about it now. Yeah, yeah. So his fundamental ontology is Advaita, right? But it's Advaita as sort of understood through the language of Thelema, which is okay. Like there's other people, there's a lot of people doing that, but it's like he wants to, for instance, like mine the tech, basically like the sort of techniques and the specific ritual grammar of, for instance, like the black snake cult, which is like an OTOA spin-off in like Chicago and Haiti in like the 50s. This is just like one example that he brings up a little bit in this book and elsewhere in greater depth, right? But it's like he can't do that. He can't just say like, oh, I'm gonna like steal this tech because I want to, or I find this interesting. It's like, no, 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 no. I have to incorporate this entire like lineage, its mythology, as well as its like sort of organizational, like its literal like sort of lineage pedigree into my broader schema. He's incapable of just like stealing from shit. He has to like, it has to fit into the web somewhere, which it's kind of funny to like watch how his brain works in that way, because I'm the opposite, right? I have no qualms at this point about just like, oh, here's this thing I like, swoop, it's mine now, but without necessarily taking on its entire sort of like cosmology.
No, that I absolutely agree with that. And shout out to our other brother, Dr. William Birkin, Joshua the Branch, who also had an episode. It wasn't to diminish his episode at all. It was a really good episode. I listened to it like 3 times already. On corporate bodies on the Resident Evil mythologies. So thank you so much, Joshua, for joining us, obviously, and for the episode. Obviously, I had to drop Brother Matt's episode on his birthday. Just seemed it just seemed right. So and obviously it was Zan's episode too. I shouldn't diminish it. Like, it was Zan's episode. I brought in Matt for his cool, calming presence, because I'm not really like that. So I thought, Zan is very Zen, and I'm not. So I thought, yeah, why not bring in a Libra to or whatever, balance out the polarities. So yeah, shout out both of them, and also Joshua, because I did love that episode. But yeah, I agree with what Solar said. I think that's very Thelemic. Like, it's a very neo-Gnostic work. Like, all of this, like all Thelema is kind of like this. It's like very theosophical in many ways. And yes, I agree that he believes that he approaches it ontologically through Advaita. Personally, I still find like his tantra is very surface. Like, yes, by including it, it kind of deepens, it gives layers, it gives depth. But I also think, like, if you're approaching it from the sort of normie Hindutva, like Brahma, or like Shiva, Brahma, and Vishnu, I mean, you're not kind of getting it. You're not kind of like seeing where like what the tantric layer really is. You're kind of like still playing in that kind of like Puranic, Upanishadic layer, aka what the brown guys call the Vedas, but we all know they don't really know what that means. But yeah, anyways, that's really, yeah, he's playing at like a really normie level with that still. but I think it's interesting that he included it. And obviously, we're also reading a book. I don't even know how you read so many books per week. So like, I have a hard time like following the, just like the stuff that we talk about we're reading. So it's not that I have a hard time reading it. It's that I like to process it. Sometimes I have to reread it and go back and look at citations and stuff. Anyways, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to call you out. I was just saying that my mental faculties are obviously lesser. Yes, go ahead, Solar, please.
No, that's bullshit. It's simply that I took a job that allows me to listen to audiobooks all day. And once you make your peace with the robo narration of the like speak screen feature, and you just get into the EPUBs, you can just tear ass. Um, yeah, no, I feel like there's not enough attention like, given on his end, and maybe this is just the bias of like I'm coming at this in 2025 and kind of from the sort of Dharmic perspective on this. Um, he and Crowley are both really adamant that like the sort of like the quote unquote secret of tantra is that it gives us access to the sort of psychophysical machinery of the body. That's not like a metaphor, that's not conceptual. Like obviously that has to be applied to these in a higher context, right? It's not just like, oh, go have a bunch of sex, obviously, right? But for them it's a very like literally embodied practice, right? And they spend a lot of time, like I've heard three different accounts in Crowley's own words and then other people describing the shape of the and color of the butthole lotus, right, from Crowley's quote unquote like explorations on the subject, right, at this point. So like I don't know, and I'm not even trying to like put shade on that, right, but I'm just saying like that's a it's not obviously, there are like tantra in this sort of like ritual sexual like manner is still like practiced, right, in certain like initiatic traditions for sure. I'm not trying to cut that out, but we talk about these things at a very like conceptual layer, right, like the or as it's going to be practiced and taught if you go to like a Buddhist center, right? And so it's interesting to me that Grant doesn't really feel compelled to like defend the primacy of the psychosexual machinery of the body as really the engine that like does the work that allows access to like samadhi, these magical states, like like it's like he doesn't recognize that this is going to be as big of a kind of point of definition, right, or a point of friction against which a lot of his readership is going to kind of come into contact with his work, right. Anyway.
No, I think that was all. That was great points. And last week I did, for me, I did go into Karma Mudra as much as I am comfortable doing, and I think I was pretty good on it. Like I think I explained it in like a relatively adult way. Um, but yeah, I mean, yeah, they're into fixation. Like, okay, beyond. We'll just take like to me that's really weird. Like that there are treaties on that. Like that's strange to me. Like that's peculiar, as Tracy Twyman would say. So I just think that that's like a fixation on like their own pathologies and desires. Obviously, that would be a more dharmic way to frame that as well. Yeah. Solar, please go ahead.
Yeah, no, sorry. I just wanted to mention this because I thought it was so odd. You might get a kick out of this. So again, this is mentioned in one of his other books, but he goes on at some length to characterize the practice. And this Crowley said this, and then Grant later took this up, talking about the black tantric sorcerers who never raise the Kundalini snake below essentially the first two chakras and use that for among other things to have sex with like astral entities. Anyway, he's kind of describing like dakini practice or a type of dakini practice, and it's characterized in the most vociferously negative manner possible, which I find hilarious because like these are guys who were doing like tons and tons of like karma mudra practice, quote unquote, like in their actual lives, but then the idea of doing this in a mental layer, or as they would say like astral or whatever, but basically like doing that in the space of the mind is like whoa, that is like the most perverse of all practices. It was very bizarre. I don't know.
I mean, they do tend to go antinomian, and like, so it's so funny that you say that. Obviously, Solar knows this, but like, that's the highest kind of karma mudra to us, is those practices, those Dakini practices in your mind, in the mind palace. So that's the highest. Of course, you can do the other kinds, but that's the best. So, in my opinion, or at least it's the highest. So, what we go for the highest. So, I just think that they tend to take it like, look, I'm not trying to shade my sex or anything like that. Men traditionally are not really great at karma mudra. I'm not being funny or anything. I'm really not being anything. This is just the ethnographic truth. This is from all the accounts I've read. I've read hundreds of accounts of like human Dakini consort experiences. They always say, no matter how high tantrika they are, very rare, very rare. Even Sarah Condro, she had she did karma mudra with many lamas and people who had given up their vows. Very few of them were capable of withholding, we'll say. So this is so common. This is so common. It just is. It's like an unbelievably common experience among the Dakini consorts, human Dakini consorts, is that most of the time it's not really about karma mudra. It's most of the time it's about sex. I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm just saying that, like, if you're going to commit to doing karma mudra, it is a sadhana and you have to see it through. So yeah, that's another one of the problems that I have with karma mudra in 2025 as like a practice, and I just think, don't confuse like sexual desire or carnal desire with karma mudra. Very different things. Yeah, Monty, and then Solar. Please go ahead.
Well, just a quick point about there's this old expression that it's men watch, women watch themselves being watched. Like women are like sexual objects. Like they are in the it sounds like, I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch the name of the practice that you were discussing, but like women being more proficient at it because like they are like the objects of desire. They are desire, and they can like manipulate that in a way that like men can't. Like it's the tapping in. Like, have you ever met like a real like overly sexual guy? It's like gross. But like women imbibe that, and it just makes more sense. Women are like more desirable than men. Like, uh, period. It doesn't matter like what level of spirituality there is. But just really quick. No, we don't have to talk about this. But I just thought like esoteric news. 2 days ago, Peter Thiel went and wrote an article about One Piece. Don't ever let anyone tell you that like the stuff that we're doing here like isn't impactful. Like we got the Antichrist enjoyer like talking about One Piece. It's crazy.
This is the thing. I've seen so many accounts, like right wing accounts, talking about Kabbalah in the last week. Kabbalah in the last week. It is honestly insane, and I don't want to like over exaggerate or self-aggrandize or like aggrandize like the group or in any way, but at the same time, I do kind of feel like it was us. So I'm just gonna say it right now because it was. We were fucking out in the wilderness. Everyone was calling us Jews. Present company not. I mean, it wasn't that honest. I'm gonna tell you right now, it was not funny. I did not think it was funny. People called me a Zionist, like all this shit. People I thought were my friends. I'm just saying it wasn't really funny when it happened at the time, but now it's funny. And it's funny in a way because we kind of like pioneered something on Twitter that has become much more implicated in like the real life. Anyways, I'm sorry. Solar, please go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just had a sort of quick question to pick your brain. So, do you think that this is just like grant stuff because I'm assuming we're not going to talk about just like weird like the sex part of sex magic for very long, and it's kind of whatever, but just kind of like tracing the obsession with some of these ideas. Do you think that Grant's fixation and or Crowley's fixation on the like effluvial or basically the getting at a really granular level, like the 19 types of fluid that are emanated by the shavasana during, or if that's the right word, I believe it is, but whatever. Basically that all these different types of fluid emanated by the woman during these practices that have these particular magical powers. Like, do you think this is ultimately derived in large part from particular readings of like the Vedas, right? When they're talking about like Amrita and Soma and things like that. Like because I don't know. Like I don't have the context to know if there is this sort of intense interest on these subjects in the sort of developed tantric systems of India and Buddhist tantra in the same way. And so I'm trying to sort of place where they're getting some of these, again, and not just like the ideas in general, but like the very particular interest that they seem to have on some of these things, because I've never encountered this. I mean, again, not that I'm some like deep student of Buddhist tantra, right? But I've never, again, either at a conceptual level or at the sort of like embodied literal level, I've never heard people distinguish between bodily sexual fluids before. What can I say, you know?
Okay, so this is an amazing question. And I actually feel capable to answer this in a way and not embarrassed, really. Well, I'm not really because I can look at it more detached, right? So, yeah, I mean, so they said 19. That's what they said is 19 sexual fluids.
The number
Okay.
varies in a couple of different places, like depending on source. 19 is the one that sticks in my mind. I think is the highest number
Okay.
that I've seen cited.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. So yeah, that is true. Is that the number varies between the texts, like how many nectars there are? And yeah, I mean, look, there's a very physiological part of Indian tantra in particular. Obviously, this is something that you sort of look at through Dzogchen, like that lens. That is very much. I'm not talking about karma mudra, but there's like the physiological practices in Dzogchen that I think parallel a lot of these like Indian tantric ideas. Like this is really where all of that was arising. So the Bengali tantras, in particular, like the Kali Kola stuff, and the Yogini tantras, which didn't really survive in tantric Hinduism, but a little bit in the Sri Vijaya, a little bit in like the southern, uh, the southern Yogini system. Uh, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of preoccupation with different fluids and nectars and compounding and uh, karma mudra is like it's like a branch of its own. Its own branch of yoga. That's the best way to describe it. It's just one limb, just one branch. Sure, it informs other branches. Sure, it intersects with other branches. Sure, it's important, but it's not the only one, and it's not the only way to get there. And it's a thing that a lot of people get lost in because not because it's not doesn't have so much potential of its own, but I think it's also because it is inherently fraught and it is inherently about physical pleasure, and that can be very hard to divorce even in the higher states of consciousness, like I keep thinking of corpse sadhana just simply because this is like the best sort of example of like karma mudra, but also the sort of mental karma mudra or like consciousness karma mudra, simply because it's like so Alan Danleo wrote the series of books on the agoras and kind of tantra. It's not really tantra though, what they were doing. Some of them were tantric, yes, but not all of them. Not all agoras are tantric. Most aren't. They are transgressive, but they're not tantric. So there is a difference between those two things. But they were doing weird stuff too, and I'm not calling it weird. I'm just saying that there are always different arrangements, I guess, in different all of these kinds of secret, we will call them magical societies, not secret societies, but magical societies. They'll have their own arrangements for how like relationships between members go. And obviously people who are very focused on karma mudra and its nectars and delights, we'll call them, they of course they're going to be very autistic in like the delineation of substances and their sort of interaction with both each other and then also other substances that are utilized, like mercury or cinnabar or all of the corpse powders and all of that. So it's just like Sanskrit is a language of compounding and alchemy. All tantra is really about compounding and alchemy. So it makes a lot of sense to me why they would fixate. But obviously, these are like, the truth is like when Crowley's talking about Tantra, he's often not talking about Tantra. He calls it Tantra, but he's talking about sort of superficial Kalikola. Like, I'm not saying that the what's it called, Arthur Avalon book is wrong. It's not wrong. That's a Kali Kola. He was all the way. He was he went to the ninth Marga. He was like the highest Kali Kola in Bengal that he could be, and his wife as well. So they had done many transgressive things. They had probably done Karma Mudra, but that's not that's not all of Tantra. That's just one Sampradaya. That's like calling that's like calling Gerald Gardner and then being like, oh, Gardnerian Wicca is all of magic. Is that all of magic? No. So that's basically what my position is like, yeah, he knows a very superficial way. He was a Hatha Yoga practitioner. Hatha Yoga is not tantric at all. And they have multiple what we would think of as corruptions or maybe addendums in Tantra or like in their system to amend like the deficiencies and the way they understood the Tantras, like the addition of the two other chakras. That's not tantric. Tantrics use 5. This is almost universal. So if anyone says that, oh, Tantra uses 7 chakras, no, wrong. That doesn't mean that a tantric may never explain them or understand them at 7 layers. But for themselves, they will know that it's 5 layers, and they will know why. So this is such a tell when people talk about Tantra, or even Hinduism in general. Hatha Yoga added the 2. They were not tantric. Anyways, I love that point because it is such a tell. And like when you look at Crowley and he's talking about like Hatha Yoga positions and all of this, and then yes, I'm gonna let you go, Seth, I'm sorry, and then Joshua. But it is you just have to really watch it with them. Sometimes I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm not saying that they weren't gleaning interesting ideas. It's like Blavatsky. Like she's in Nepal. She's seeing the Vajrayogini shrine. She understands it through her like, Misto Christian, like syncretic, kind of like Golden Dawnish magic layer or Kabbalah layer. Sure, 100%. Is it understandable to a degree? Yes, I agree. But is she going to understand like it fundamentally? Maybe. Maybe it's all about the magical experiences. So, maybe that's what it's really all about. But there's still such a deeper layer of meaning and like kind of practical knowledge that I think a lot of them lack. And I think that this is, I think it's great to do rituals, but as we always talk about, and so you said this last time, it's like you have to do the sitting, you have to do the meditation, you have to do sort of like these preparatory foundational practices. And I know Crowley talks about meditation and his, position yoga practices, his movement practices, and that's great, and I'm all for that. But that's not it. That's not all of it either. And so I think that this is just my opinion, but I think this is partly where they struggled. Is they were like, oh, I'm gonna, we're gonna look at this, and then we're gonna look at this, and then we're gonna look at this. But then it was like, oh, we're forgetting actually like the essential core is actually praxis rather than just knowledge gathering. That's just my opinion. Okay, I'm sorry, Seth. Please go ahead, and then Joshua.
Oh, I just have to defend beautiful men against Monty's point, because lest we forget, that what's his name, Bjorn Andresen, the Norwegian Ganymede, who inspired a lot of Japanese mangaka in particular, I believe. Like he was the inspiration for Griffith. So on the one hand, we have like the angel of Bjorn Anderson, like the whole like archetype of divine twinks, but then we can juxtapose that to the abomination that is Aleister Crowley, a man who was so obsessed with homosexual fornication that he appears to have contrived a whole religious practice worshiping it. But it is interesting that I like your point that it seems like male sexuality is very, very transitive in like contradistinction with, say, female sexuality, which I ask my heterosexual brothers and sisters to illuminate me, because I truly don't have a good grasp of the female, unsurprisingly. Sorry if this also like derails what you were talking about, Jen.
No, it's fine. You're all pushing me a little. I see exactly what's happening. Okay, Joshua, please go ahead, and then Solar.
Well, I got a joke. So I guess you could say Crowley was a fan of the annals of history. I don't know. That was just what came to mind. Anyway, I had a few points. I just wanted to read real quick. First of all, the number 5. I looked it up, and at first I thought it was the Lovers, but that's number 6. The Hierophant is number 5. And I thought that was curious because we got Hero Gamos, the Divine Wedding. They share that hero part. And I think that might be something that's kind of referencing this combination of the masculine and feminine. So already we're getting into that kind of tantric realm, so to speak, right? So does this individual, if he's well qualified, like a Mason, for instance, or any initiate, we'd assume that that person in that station or that occupying that throne space is, wed to themselves in a sense, or they have achieved that divine wedding inside themselves, and therefore they now have access to the divine, right? And so I think that might be sometimes why celibacy is kind of practiced, because you're supposed to you're supposed to get a spiritual spouse with the Holy Spirit, right? But if you don't actually have that and you're just going through the practice, then it's empty, right? And I think that was Jesus's major criticism with the Sadducees and Pharisees, is that the Spirit was always absent in their practice. And so maybe that's what we're running into with some of these yogi people that you guys were talking about, where the practice itself becomes like a klipa of sorts, right? And Christ was admonishing them, saying like, well, there's no spirit in your practice. And that's like the 5th element, right? So if you don't have the 5, it's just the 4. And so it's just trapped in the elements. But that spiritual component, I think, is part of the Hierophant's secret. So he's always holding keys too, which have teeth or shin. So maybe there's a subtle hint there. But anyway, I had a couple more points real quick. So since we're kind of talking about the sex thing, I'll briefly mention it kind of reminds me of astrotheology, and how there was a purpose behind the sexual union act to take place a certain time of year. So I was curious, are some of these practices in the Buddhist traditions or tantric traditions, are they intended to be practiced at certain times a year? And so if you do it more than that, you're abusing it or whatever. And so I think that too would be kind of like that attempt to garner a spiritual spouse, but one that is composed of whatever the astrological ingredients are, at that given time when you're committing that act, so to speak, right? And then, so that brings me to my next point, the twilight language, or the language of the plants or flowers. And so you guys mentioned the 19 nectars. So I got to thinking like, oh, okay, flowers, and I was like, oh, of course, when you eat the plant and you're meditating, all right, whether you hold it in your hand or you put it in your mouth or whatever, it's talking to you and teaching you things. And so that is a yogini, from my understanding. That would be very yogini-ic, because I would imagine each of these yoginis probably has a plant associated with it, probably, right? So I'd say part of that act is intended for you to like ingest the plant, hold the plant, whatever. And so it brings me to mind like things like Passover, because we have the rosemary. So maybe there's an erogamos, in a lot of different religions, like some recipe for trying to wed the divine, right? And so and I'll be brief. So with the nectars, I was thinking of marijuana, how it gets sticky. And the reason for that is to attract pollen, right? So these nectars, the role of that nectar is to grab pollen, right? It's like a magnetic, electric kind of thing. With the we were talking about the zygote and the ovum, sparking into existence with the zinc and all that last week, I think. And then the last thing was 19 came to mind again with the metonic cycle of the moon. It reaches the same spot in the sky every 19 years. And that was associated with Apollo and Hyperborea as well, by the way. So maybe there's a strange oblique undercurrent here. So thanks for letting me weave.
Solar, why don't you go ahead and I'll keep Joshua's point in mind and then I can answer it.
Cool. Yeah, I'll leave the time of year thing to you. That is something that Grant discusses in the books and Crowley in his book as well that we're going to be covering soon. Yeah, so for in order of most superficial to less. So I just want to sort of note, not really for its own sake, but in terms of like kind of marking the discourse. It's funny how, and even I did this a little bit earlier in talking about the sort of energetic lotus petal shape and color of Crowley's butthole. It's interesting that the the practice of sodomy is so inexorably bound with Crowley's legacy, given that it is overwhelming how much he also enjoyed women, right? Like at most times in his life, he's literally surrounded by a harem of dakinis, right? And I don't know, there's just like this. It's interesting to me that we're in this, we're sitting here in 2025 in the West by and large, right? In that culture, and yet we remain transfixed by this thing that was transgressive at the time for certain, right? And I just think that's kind of an interesting thing, but again, that's sort of a minor point. More substantially, I do think it gets lost partially because of how we're engaging with this material in its sort of written form and across a fairly significant gulf of historical time, in a certain sense. All of these guys do emphasize sort of like the sort of like fundamentals of meditation first. I think that gets lost because one, those chapters or those remarks tend to be fairly short and compact and fairly boilerplate, right? Like meditation instructions, kind of like basic principles they're not going to be identical across sources, but like once you've read a few or a few dozen, you kind of know what you're in for, right? Which gets to my next point is I think, and I'm saying this with Seth in mind. I think there's a need to distinguish oneself in the marketplace of ideas, so to speak, and particularly to sell books. And I think that there's this desire to constantly be accumulating and collating sort of new knowledge, to be expanding the horizons of knowledge, and to present sort of novel recapitulations of something that is beyond the horizon, right? This new unearthed like tradition, material, whatever. I think that's in large part distorted by how spiritual practice, it was a commodity then, and it's even more of a commodity now. And it's something that I've noticed, and kind of circling back to the point about meditation first, as I've kind of familiarized myself with these sort of introductory courses of various like left hand path initiatic traditions that are active currently, right? So they all have a sort of core meditative like thing, right? That they tell you to start doing on week one or whatever, right? They always introduce you to that. But there is also this desire to right away get into the quote unquote real interesting stuff, right? So you'll have this kind of odd thing where they're teaching you how to meditate, potentially from scratch, right? But then at the same time, they're already sort of shunting you into like path work or whatever the kind of more distinctive stuff is, because I think they understand that their essentially potential consumer base, right? Their potential membership, their audience, whatever, is very very fast paced, very moving. It's a sort of saturated market, if you will. And I feel like these teachings end up getting distorted because different organizations, schools, books, right? They want to deliver the thing that allows them to stand out in that marketplace as quickly as possible, and the presentation of those fundamentals gets really rushed. Whereas if we actually look at the historical like practice, even people like Crowley and Grant and stuff like that, these are dudes that fundamentally spent a lot of time just doing those fundamentals. And so I want us to like, not just like respect that, but also I think maybe try to understand the way that like these sort of like economic considerations interact with the material over time and how we engage with it on multiple levels.
Lost you. Oh, you're done?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. I thought you cut. Okay. No, that was great. I agree with all of that. Good response to Seth. Very Marxist labor theory of value. Like we're bringing that. There's that book on Venezuelan spiritualism or spiritism. It's quite famous, and the guy was like a multidisciplinary scholar. I think he was studying actually like some weird, that right wing meme where they're like, "Oh, you studied like gender theory of dance." He was like a guy like that at the New School, but he was like also an anthropologist, and he went there and he like looked at the ways in which like botanica culture and like selling spiritual services had like really influenced and impacted like the different mountain cults that existed in Venezuela. So I do think it's actually a really important note to sort of like bring it, like these are like they're NGOs basically, like they're religious obviously organizations. So yeah, there is obviously a financial component to all of this, just as there is with the Dharma Center. Like there's nothing really free of that as far as I'm aware. Obviously we do these kinds of gonzo things where we're not teaching anyone anything, of course, but no, I think it's a really important consideration, and I think it's a neglected way to sort of like understand the impact of. Well, we see the retardation. I'm just going to be very frank and plain spoken, but we see the retardation of everyone knows like I'm a good friend to the Christians. Like I like Christianity. I like Christian Kabbalah. I like all of that. Like I like Pico. But it's just like the reality is like the way even Buddhists. Okay, I'm gonna be really frank. Even the way online dharmics act, I find it very distasteful lately, and not just from interpersonal relationships. I'm talking more broadly, and I'm not speaking of anyone in particular. I'm just saying the way people, and probably it was me like a year ago, but like the reality is like there is a way to present like your identity online where it doesn't have to be such a klipa, such a LARP. And I'm not against the LARP. Like I'm not. I get it. I get. I was with you. Like I'm. Like it was like meme warriors. I get it. And it was like all like just like legions of anons with all your alt accounts and just like doing whatever you could to like fight against the narrative. Like I get it. I'm not denigrating that in any way. But I'm just saying that maybe we all developed that, including myself, and I'm not excluding anyone, and I'm not particularly singling anyone out either. I'm just saying that there were perhaps tendencies that, well, I'll just speak for me. There were perhaps tendencies through that, through like the metamagic that I was engaged with, where you develop like very brittle sort of husks of yourself that aren't really it's not that it's not true because you can believe things to be true in a relative way, right? But there's also aggregates that perhaps shouldn't be so accumulated and shouldn't be you shouldn't be identifying that with yourself. So I think for me, one of the things is like more of a skillful use of Buddhist iconography or tantric iconography or tantric even discussions. And yes, you all did make me a little uncomfortable, I have to say. But I'll survive, and I appreciate it. You all were really respectful. Didn't make it too many jokes. Appreciate that. So I think Sol, you brought up a great idea. So a great thing. And then I'll let Seth go. So really quick, I wrote down dakinis. Joshua, I agree with you that a flower is a metaphor for a dakini, and they can arise there. But you and I will have to have a discussion of like the nature and property of what they are, and also like not every female spirit, you could say, like dakini is not like just an external spirit in the world. That's not really what it is. Like yeah, it can be, and it can be a human woman, but it's not always. There are, especially if you're talking like more like what Solar was saying, like these more spiritual we're calling it, I know that's not an imperfect word, but we'll just use that, more spiritual experiences, those are not, sure, there are people who are able to summon the dakinis there, but the dakinis get to decide. They're self-arising. It's not something you can compel, no matter how much transgressivity you offer. It's not like that. That's why so when you look at them in their iconography, it's why the leg, their foot in particular, their foot will always be protecting the yoni. That means that it's their choice. It's up to them, post-conceptual. So only they get to choose. The male upasaka does not get to choose. I'm not saying that they're forced. I'm saying that it's up to them if they want to appear or not. So that's what self-arising kind of also means, which is different than how we would understand like the higher deities. Transgressivity. I think that's a really good point Solar made, because like, what is transgressivity in 2025? Obviously, we've discussed it a little bit. I think it's worth discussing further, simply because I think like to lay out the basic outlines of your society, I think is interesting in a speculative way. And also, right, it's a time of flux, so we actually can discard, we can keep, we can remake, and we can decide anew. It doesn't have to be so fixed, right? Like, we can decide what is pragmatic for us in 2025, rather than let some like I'm going to be really brown coded here and say like some old white troon in Europe. I don't think that we have to let them decide. I really do think that, though. Like, I'm not saying in a post-colonialist, like, yeah, I said it as a joke, but I'm being more serious at the same time. I think that we should decide. I really do believe that. So, I don't know. Okay. Historicity. Yeah, that was also a great point, Solar. Novel recapitulation of the knowledge. Okay, did that. Oh yeah, okay. Respect of the old dudes. Okay, yeah, I agree. Crowley was very good about talking about meditation yoga. I agree. I think my problem is the separation of the magical workings from those nyandro or preliminary actions. For me, I'll just speak for myself, but for me, those preliminaries are the whole thing, because I know for a fact, that some of those things, I'm not saying the exact preliminaries that everybody thinks they know. I'm speaking from a more Maha perspective, as I would always say. I know for a fact that some of those supposedly Charya yoga techniques can bring you to the higher yogas. So mantra japa, I always say this, it's not just meditation. I really also believe in recitation. That's me. But you have to also think that Tantra is also called mantra yana. So fundamentally, the word is primary, utmost, extremely important. It opens the channels, it renews all the energy centers in the body. It is like it's for people who don't necessarily have the temperament to sit down and do full proper visualizations. But what it teaches your mind is to actually do it alongside speaking. So it's more difficult at first, higher difficulty starting, because you have to incorporate more things and remember more things. But actually, you'll be better at both at the end. That's just my experience, but most people would agree. Okay, yes, sorry, Seth, please go ahead, and then Joshua.
I guess what I wanted to talk about, transgression, Crowley. I was actually talking about this with Jin and DMs about the literary movement, the end of the century, which primarily took place in Europe. It's like the end of the 19th century. Includes authors like Oscar Wilde, Lionel Johnson, all those sort of gay and terminally addicted poets in particular. And I think I'm just making this connection right now, actually. I think it's impossible to disentangle Crowley from, I think he's actually kind of a result of that cultural milieu getting absolutely annihilated. Because when Oscar Wilde had that big famous trial where he was, accused and then proved to be a homosexual or whatever, and then was sent to prison for it. All the authors that depended on him, because he was like a huge, like, I guess, influencer, you could say, um, they all just like disappeared or were sort of blacklisted. They were canceled, you might say, um, for being gay. And then the period where I guess where Crowley is operating in, the First World War, the interwar period, World War II, that first part of the 20th century is like this huge whirlwind. There's like the whole sexual liberation thing. So I think transgression for him, and then the meditation seems to be, I could be charitable and see that as an earnest act on his part to perhaps kind of rediscover some kind of lost or annihilated um, sociality, which kind of, I guess, mirrors what we're going through now. Like, what is transgression after the sexual liberation when all of these things have sort of decayed? You can just do whatever you want. I think what frustrates me whenever I seem to see, not within this group, but I think because Crowley's name inexplicably keeps popping up everywhere in my life, it seems, even on like my feed or Twitter. I just see it randomly. I think what disturbs me is that for the people who are enamored with Crowley, especially Peter Thiel, like in this article that I guess he wrote, the Voyages to the End of the World, where he's talking about like the Antichrist. Like the chaplain has told us that Joban is Jewish and circumcised, a good Baconian. The chaplain empirically discovered the latter fact under circumstances too scandalous to print. Jobin's being Jewish and gay fulfills two of Daniel's Antichrist prophecies. Neither shall he regard the God of his fathers nor the desire of women. And that is very strange to me for Peter Thiel. It's like it's the big 2025 for Peter Thiel to sort of idolize these past figures. It's almost, I wonder if Peter Thiel wants to be like a sort of Crowley figure, especially with his control of Palantir's control over information, which I think was Crowley's project as like a literal op-ed was sort of aiming towards. It's like really, like, we're gonna rely on the example of this man who lived a century ago, like Peter Thiel. You can't come up with your own novel transgression. I think that's what's kind of peculiar to me.
Oh, that was great, Seth. Thank you so much. Just for the record, we were not talking about poets in that way. We were just discussing early 19, like whatever. We were just discussing poets. I was talking about Ezra Pound. Seth taught me all these things. All these people I didn't know. So let me just clarify that. But yes, Seth is a poet, and like I don't know if I am one, but I like the idea. So it's something that I'm interested in exploring in a strictly speculative way for now. But anyways, Joshua, please go ahead.
Well, thank you. I'll try real hard to be brief. So, as we're talking about all this, I was curious: is Crowley and his gang making use of the Scarlet Woman as a Takini-esque muse type thing to try and stimulate them in some way to, I don't know, produce stanzas of prophecy or art or whatever? So I was just curious about that. And then I got to thinking about Discordianism in general and how they kind of, even jokingly, of course, but they do have a lot of veneration for Eris. And a word that they use a lot of times is Callisti or Callisti. It's like I can't remember exactly what it means, but I think it means the most fair or beautiful or something like that, maybe. And so it's like when that apple was rolled out at the wedding in the Greek story, all the gods or all the goddesses were fighting over it, right? And so it got me thinking about, because we're talking about the night side of Eden. I was thinking about the garden, and so it's like the irresistible apple story. It's kind of persistent in a way. So man, I don't know. And then one last thought. I was curious. Do you guys think that there's any connection between the Babylon working of 1946 and Israel maybe being Babylon, actually? So they birthed it into existence because the dates match, So,
Hey, let me just stop right there. Sorry, Joshua. I'm just gonna put Aeon of the Daughter bookmark in that. So, as you know, I live read Liber 49 on this space, the Invocation to Babylon. So I think that they use astrological timings, like whoever they are. It's very clever. When you want to do that for your own life, yes. So instead of looking at it as like, oh, Babylon is the thing, no, Babylon is in every country. It's like every nation. It's the underbelly. It's the subtext to the laws, the klipas. Like we talked about this, like in our episode, we directly just spoke about this. The Babylon is kind of like the underbelly, but then if we posit like this other layer, this princess within the tunnels, not of the tunnels, not she is not the tunnels. She's an independently arising being, and her thing is to destroy them. So that for me is like the Gnostic stuff that I'm interested in. The Nuria, the Seth, the Zoe. Those are the three. I will say this every single space. For me, those are the important figures. If we posit in an aeonic cycle, and if you agree with not just me, but perhaps other people who have spoken of the Aeon of the Daughter idea, or the Aeon of Horus, because as I've said, it's a complementary Aeon. It's not a opposition. This is where Crowley went very wrong. He went very Manichaean. The point is not to be Manichaean. Like, I don't like Israel. I'm not, like, I have no affiliation. I don't even want to go to the Middle East. I have zero desire. I know Seth, I'm sorry. Seth studied Arabic and loves the Middle East. I'm putting that out there. I'm not saying in like a weird way. He's like an area studies nerd like me, right? Like we all study our, people in area studies, they tend to be very autistic about the places that they study. So I get it. So I'm admitting that I get it, but that's not really a place of interest for me. I'm focused on the New World. So for me, I rather deal with the Babylon as she arises here, and then the ideas that also arise here, because I cannot control. That is not within my either sphere of influence in my consciousness or magical. I cannot break those klipas. So for me to sort of like imagine this great horror arising in the, Levantine, like, okay, so what? What are you going to do? You're going to take your magical Keela, fly all the way out there and tame her? Why don't you start with your own mind? I'm not saying this to Joshua. I'm just saying in general. I think that's a much more pragmatic idea, but I'm just positing it speculatively. Okay, Solar, if you want a rebuttal, go for it. Monty's been waiting, but I'll let you rebut if you.
No, Monty, go ahead, man.
Oh, okay. So I just kind of wanted to touch on Peter Thiel a little bit. So it's Peter Thiel does see himself as like a Crowley figure because he is also like off his rocker and like totally losing like slip of everything. Like we've all seen his like crash outs, and he's like preventing the Antichrist by getting in the way of people who are oppositional to AI. Like this is clearly someone who's under like some kind of like delusions or like um, he's clearly going through it, for lack of a better term. And also to go to the Babylon comments, it's very like it's very intriguing because in the Antichrist article that he wrote 2 days ago in One Piece, Luffy and his allies battle their most powerful rivals, a dragon named Kaido and a soul-devouring cannibal with dozens of children named Big Mom. Revelation depicts Christ confronting a dragon representing Satan and the whore of Babylon, a woman drunken with the blood of the saints, like a cannibal. Kaido nearly defeats Luffy, but Luffy transforms into Christ of Revelation. His head and his hairs were white like wool, as white as snow, and his eyes were a flame of fire. this is like he's like tapped in. It's kind of insane, but yeah. But I also just think it's the same thing with Crowley. Like this is there is like merit to the delusions of when you're like losing your mind. I don't think that we should take a lot of these figures very seriously. I personally am not a Crowley fan, and so it's hard for me to get on board with that. But it is something that like there is divine revelation when you are crashing out, which like both of them did, and they're both also like owned by the government. So whatever drugs they're on, like these are like MK subjects. We have to treat them like that. But yeah, that's all I got.
Okay, I just want to say this before I let Seth and Solar go. I want you who are not Crowley fans. I'm not a Crowley fan. Not a stan. I don't care about Talima really. Like fundamentally, I don't. If it didn't exist tomorrow, I wouldn't cry about it in any capacity, or even like yesterday. Like I don't care about it past or future. So that's what I'm saying, and that's my public position as well as my private. I want you though to challenge yourself, also like narratively. Like why has Crowley been so denigrated by the modern conspirators? I'm being really serious too, because sometimes things get cast like in aspersion, not necessarily for the reasons of the aspersion. So I just want you all to challenge yourself, and maybe this guy who was like, yeah, a complicated figure, maybe not even a full person, maybe a agglomerated sort of character, but maybe his writing was actually magically interesting. So just take the the artist is not always the art, right? But I agree. I think Teal's a magician. Like, you want my real opinion on it? Yeah, I think he is tapped in. I think he is but I think I wouldn't take it in that way. He wants to be Mr. Twink Eater and live forever as a vampire of desolation. Well, you know what? I'm a Buddhist, so we slay vampires of desolation. I'm saying speculatively, but we conquer the vampires of desolation. But it's also within ourselves. Those cravings. I'm not making, yes, I made a joke about the thing, but I'm not making a comment about um, outer sexuality or anything like that. It's about the transgressivity. I think that can come from anyone. I think that there are so many examples of it. I just think it becomes more highlighted because of it's very lurid, and we love a lurid narrative. So I think but I think it's also self-derived. I think it's a lot of it is his own hyperstition, his own myth making. I think Crowley loves hyperstition. I think Teal loves hyperstition. So all these crazy things that we think of them, these ways that we carry them through time and space, that is also carrying them through as an archon or as an aeon. Because the aeons are formed in our own minds, but if we understand them as archons, then that is too what they will arise as in the world. Just an idea. Okay, yes, sorry, Seth. Sorry, Solar. Please, Seth, please go ahead and then Solar.
Well, I was just thinking about Solar's challenge, and then now uh, your challenge about thinking about this a little more deeply and not necessarily dismissing things out of hand. Um, I would say if we're trying to define transgression right now, just based off of Peter Thiel's own words and his own conviction, like why is he so intent on living forever? Why, and the material basis of that condition, right, is him achieving like this total monopoly over a kind of intellectual property that allows him to survey all the other intellectual property plantations, right? But what is he so afraid of in like an eschatological sense that he feels the need, the compulsion to live forever within this plane as like a sort of vampire? I mean, I think he considers his own being a transgression. This whole his vicious accumulation of like intellectual works in particular in their surveillance. And thus he's sort of outrunning or trying to outrun his own inevitable fate, perhaps. There's like something unconscious perhaps happening where if he can just live forever and become a sort of antichrist figure, or like this even, I guess in his own delusional fantasy, like the figure who's preventing the Antichrist, if he can accomplish that, then he'll never have to face God's judgment, right? He'll never be held to atone or account for his actions on this world. So perhaps you could define transgression in that particular sense, just based off of the actions of individuals who unconsciously seem to be signaling to everyone that, like, I guess through his own psychosis, he's telling on himself, would be my observation.
I agree with with a portion of what you said, Seth, and Monty as well. But I want to challenge you to not think of it as his delusion, but rather his narration. He's telling you that he's the Antichrist, so both of you, like all of you, sort of believe it. Stop believing it. It's not manifesting because he told a story and it went on the timeline and some like retard influencers wanted to retweet it. That doesn't make someone the Antichrist. It just doesn't. But what makes it the Antichrist is when you all believe it. Just don't fucking believe it. Challenge the framework. Yes, so sorry about that. Please go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. I sort of wanted to go back to something Joshua brought up in a question he asked about the Scarlet Woman, the Babylon whore, and then briefly comment about the Israel thing. So the the Scarlet Whore is like a central figure, both of the like sort of cosmology of Thelema, and then she assumes even if possible, an even greater role in sort of Grant's version of this. And at the very minimum, they see the Scarlet Woman as being the sort of like rectification of the figure of the mother in either the Aeon of Horus, or if you're Kenneth Grant, in the kind of astral, like this primal Draken cult, right? The sort of the thing that he's trying to do, this the sort of Cliphotic traditionalism or whatever that is, right? Um, so anyway, and the Babylon horror, or the sort of the worldly Dakini, etc., is also like a central figure of their actual magical practice, right? Like the sort of sex, the tantra stuff that we were talking about earlier, right? So yeah, they play this outside role, and I do want to mention that Grant emphasizes, particularly when the Kundalini serpent is fully awakened within the woman during these rites. He mentions over and over again, particularly her entering her oracular phase. Just to Joshua's question about prophecy specifically, obviously they attribute all kinds of sort of like magical operations to achieving this state, right? But her specific gift or ability of prophecy that's awakened in that moment is greatly emphasized and repeated, right? um that said, I know I'm kind of a killjoy when it comes to these things. I'm a very small-minded person, I guess, at the end of the day, or just a curmudgeon. I really struggle with the sort of like exteriorization of a lot of these concepts, right? I know it's fun. I know it's fun to try to pin the tail on the Antichrist. To I'm a not exactly a noted fan of the Zionist entity or the world Jewry, etc. Right? But nonetheless, I think that if we're having this conversation, let's say within the context of Kenneth Grant and Alex Crowley, right? As I just said, their Scarlet Woman, it means a few different things in practical terms and theoretical terms. But what am I supposed to do with that if I'm also treating this nation state of Israel as the Babylon whore? Am I supposed to fuck Israel to a state of climax so that she can like it just completely breaks down, right? It's just a completely different thing. And to get back to a kind of more like exoteric, like normie religious context, it reminds me of when I was involved for a few years in the Eastern Orthodox tradition church, um of their reason that they basically keep the book of Revelations kind of close to the chest historically. They basically never presented it, right? Because this was in a pre-literate society, right? Particularly in the East, with the peasantry. It was, I think, the only book that never had a regular occasion to be read to the congregation aloud, right? And it wasn't that it was some secret book, or that they denied its existence, or that it wasn't part, it's not part of the canon. It very much is, right? But they thought that it was just too ripe for misinterpretation. And any like priest will will emphatically caution against trying to ascribe any of the events in the Book of Revelation to actual like historical or current events out in the real world. They say that that's like wrong, actually. Like they'll go even further than to say, "Oh, I don't know about that one, Chief," but they'll say, "No, no, 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 no. That is like actually incorrect." And again, it's not some conspiracy of the patriarchs or whatever trying to keep us from that knowledge. The idea is that like that's like a unintentional or not, that's missing the fundamental layer of that text. So I'm not trying to like stop anyone. Like that's fine. It's fun to speculate about those things, and I think that it can even be potentially generative to understand the world in those terms, right? Because you're sort of like mapping this like theological and mythological layer onto reality that might allow you to do interesting things with it. I just think that like I no longer know what we're talking about in a lot of cases, right? Like I was saying with the Grant and Crowley stuff to the Babylon horror. Um, I don't. It to me it just breaks down. That's
Yeah, thank you so much, Solar. I appreciate that. It's all in your consciousness. You like the Dakini. That's why I was like, oh, I think Joshua thinks it's like a thing. No, Dakini is fundamentally empty and non-dual. That's what makes them special. So to talk about Dakinis and prophecy, yes, I agree with Solar with what Solar said. That's obviously a huge thing. We talked about this last week. The Kumari, like the premenstrual daughter, who's the daughter of she would be like the coming from Gevra. You could think of it. That's exactly how they would think of it, coming from the flame. Towards the sun, who is the son of mercy, who carries the spear in his right hand. So, but he's coming from Jupiter or Hesed, obviously. But they're meeting together at the sun. That's the idea. She on the peacock, and he also rides a peacock. So that's how they think of it in New Age Tantra. But so yeah, that's exactly what it is. But even like him surrounding himself with women, that doesn't even say anything about his inclinations. Okay. I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm not making a value judgment. I'm simply saying that a high level tantrika might also have an entourage of dakinis, because dakinis can be human women, obviously, when they have a natural dakini nature. So some women have a natural dakini nature, and it can be enlightened or unenlightened, both. Just because someone thinks they are dakini does not make them a dakini. You can go on Indian Astro Girl Twitter and like prove that right now. You can prove what I'm saying right now. They will all say that they're dakinis, and it's like, or they'll be like, I am the goddess. It's like, are you? You're posting about like some foot job you gave like some Muslim. I was like, okay. I'm just saying, like you can't just subscribe. Like this is even to get to the greater point about Crowley, is that you can't just theologically justify whatever you want. Like, yeah, sure, you're gonna build like a institution around like something that you enjoy or believe in. Sure. I mean, that's kind of what everybody does, and maybe it was part of their ritual practice, this like kind of like back and forth crossing poles, we'll say, kind of arrangement. And like it is what it is. And like, yeah, a little too preoccupied, too fixated. But yeah, you could have dakinis around for just their oracular purposes. That's what I'm really trying to say. Is that you could potentially have that, and you could also, but not everything. That even the when Solar was describing the Kundalini rising, we have a kind of different understanding of that in Tantra. We wouldn't even really call it Kundalini, to be honest. Like, yeah, people will describe it as that, but that's not really what it is. But okay, we'll say that it's like the Rahu, because it's the black serpent is not just like some bundled coil of energy. There's actually like a wind channel, a chakra channel, like an energy path, a pathway that is a black snake that reaches up to the crown that already exists. It's not about really unfurling it. It's about like recognizing it and being able to like breathe prana breath into it. That's kind of like the whole thing. So, but like you can, just because you're doing a sadhana and the woman or the Dakini consort is in bliss state, yes, she might recite things oracularly. But as we discussed last week, it's actually not really like that, even in the both at the superficial and at the deepest tantric layer. It should be so subtle, so subtle. Gesture, a glance, a whisper, a one word, one bija. The way the candle flickers across her eye. Maybe she sees maybe a lightning strike. Maybe you see that inside. I'm giving examples from real life, not necessarily mine, but I'm saying from other accounts. It's subtle. It's not just like the word. It doesn't espouse from them. That's not the idea. It's something that is in gross manifestation, but it's empty. That's why it's subtle. Okay, I'm sorry, Joshua. Please go ahead and then Solar.
Thank you. Well, I hate to seem argumentative, but I would argue that people do in fact fuck Israel when they're like rocking to and fro, because that's the Shekinah copulation meditation, right? When you study the Torah. So I think that there is that element. And but anyway, I was curious though, because like, isn't the first picture in this book uh, depicting artwork that is maybe inspired by those scenes in Revelation? It does look like the beast and the woman and all that, So I was just curious, and there's Hebrew in that illustration as well. So I was just curious what you thought about that.
I'll just say that we shouldn't. Because I come from a Buddhist perspective, Joshua, that I tend to think of her as post-conceptual. So I don't think of her in the framework that even he posits her, or that Crowley posits her, or that Talima posits her. Very different for me. Very different. I knew right away. I could have told you this 3 years ago. So completely, it's almost a different. This is almost by Ravi. If you want to map it to a goddess one-to-one, by Ravi. It's almost like a different being, you could say. A husk. Yeah, Solar, please go ahead.
Yeah, just quick on that, and then I want to circle back to something else. Yeah, so there's a phrase that is going to come up in Grant a lot, and Crowley deals with it a lot as well, but he doesn't have like a phrase. Whereas in Grant, you hear atavistic reversion all the time, right? And they tie. So they use this. For Grant especially. He uses the sort of like mythological image of the woman copulating with the beast as signifying, I mean, among a lot of other things, because as we kind of touched on earlier, he's all over the place and has the widest sort of mythological grammar ever like possible. um but as essentially like signifying a sort of like reversion to a sort of mental state that you could almost say is like preconceptual and postconceptual. They have these guys have they're reacting to the sort of like hyper rationalistic sort of like bounded materialism of the 19th century, right, in a lot of ways. And so they're looking at these traditions that are both ancient and far away, etc., both in a magical context, but also just kind of, if you can think about it, just kind of as like the broader intellectual current, right? They're, again, this is sort of part and parcel to their antinomianism. And so they're tracing the sort of ability to sort of cut through the world of illusion, which they often sort of equate to, or at least like emphasize being this sort of rational, conceptual, abstracted and detached way of relating to the world that at the time was ascendant and pretty much still is in Western culture, right? And so for them, like the woman, the image of the woman mounting the beast, right, in sort of like magical copulation is evocative of that. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there. And just about like, I don't know, these guys and Crowley in general, just to kind of like why we're dealing with this. um Crowley, and again, he's not the first, he's not the only person to talk about some of these ideas, but I think frankly he talks about these things very well, all things considered, and he talks about them in very productive ways. So these guys have a fundamentally non-dual conception of like the I don't want to say the world, because that's kind of like missing the point. But these guys brought that sort of language to the fore. So they got non-dualism. Crowley and everyone after him has a lot to say about knowledge and conversation with the holy guardian angel. That, I mean, Dr. Stephen Flowers, pointed me in that direction when he recommended in a podcast episode on Occult Rejects, and I asked him a question, and he pointed me to the work of Ernst Schertl, who is basically talking about the same thing, both in a shamanic context and then a contemporary magical context. He's calling it the demon or the daimon, but this idea of um, basically making contact with and ultimately merging with the sort of daimonic, suprapersonal, holy guardian angel, Socrates daimon, that kind of concept is fundamental to the sort of aim of pretty much all of the Western esoteric tradition, as well as it obviously has these resonances. You can, if you want to map that onto like Buddha nature, I'm not saying that's necessarily one to one, but again, this is Crowley kind of presented these things very sort of plainly. And again, I respect Dr. Flowers tremendously in a lot of different ways, but as a magician, among other things. And like he like told me flat out, like that is the key to magic. That is the thing that makes that work. The more you can make that connection, strengthen that connection, like that is like the great work, right? And that goes back, like we are indebted to Crowley, I think, for the sort of clear presentation of that, as well as, I'm not saying that you have to go through like Liber Samech to make that happen, right? That's the only way to do that, certainly. But like he gave us like an active formulation of how to do that, right? As a sort of starting point on that, by working with the headless ritual, right, from the Greek magical papyri, and sort of reworking that in a Thelemic context, right? Like that's sort of foundational. And then he also has a lot to say about like crossing the abyss, and I'm just kind of mentioning these things because these are like, for me, in both my experience and my learning, which ideally go together, but sometimes not. These are like really, really foundational. These are like the load bearing concepts and experiences of actually practicing magic. And so to me, like the more I dig into these kind of classic sources, the more indebted I feel to them, even if I break with them in all kinds of ways, even if I'm trying to do something completely different, I understand my project differently. But I'm just trying to like signpost some things that like I don't think these things are extricable from Crowley in the Western esoteric tradition, you know. It could have gone some other way. It could have been other people to bring these concepts to the fore, but the way it actually happened, like a lot of that fucking came through him.
I agree with that 100%. Good job, Solar. Yeah, and Kenny G. I think it's all. I think it's the Thelemic complex. They did bring. I'm just saying. I agree with what Solar said. Fundamentally, it's right. We've talked about this a little bit, not in those same like precise terms, but it is about seeing what like people on the quote unquote left hand path like brought. Like, yeah, Crowley for me is like a little left hand path. Like, yeah, it is, but it's not like whoa. It's just like he goes a little crazy, but who doesn't? Um, but it is about seeing like the Dharmic seeds, which is like non-duality. Obviously, we talked a lot about like middle pillar. There are other Thelemic writers who were very, we'll just say, influenced by Neo-Buddhism and Sanskrit. And I'm not talking about like Wiwas Kang's like Hindutva Sanskrit. I'm talking about like more Buddhist ideas of like transformational, you could say. Oh, the word as transformational, the word as alchemy. So I do agree. I mean, the whole thing is the Grey Lodge is a speculative Gnostic space. I mean, this is kind of the underpinning. Like whether I want to like call, we're definitely not Thelemic in orientation at all. I'm just saying they're far too libtard for me, to be honest. But regardless of that, the the reality is yeah, the American Gnosticism. That's what we even titled the spaces when we started doing speculative Gnosticism, because that's what it is. And you're like, yeah, Thelema has a piece of it. Thelema has some seeds. Thelema did present a lot of these things to the West. It just is the reality. Does that make the way that they like go about it in their institution like amazing or like worth keeping? Like, I don't fucking know, but like I'm not really interested in being a part of it. But I'm definitely interested in reading the material as it is, because I do agree that it is containing the seed, and it's about like sometimes it takes like an idiot or a fucking idiot to get the seed to where you want to go. I'm not saying fucking an idiot. I'm saying fucking idiot. Okay, just to be very clear. I'm just saying you do sometimes have to carry the seed in an imperfect vehicle or imperfect vessel. So a lot of like left-hand path stuff for me, I'm not saying that about anyone in the room. I'm saying a lot of it is just like carrying forward the ideas. It's not necessarily the form of those ideas as it is or as it was. I'm really interested in like those more core truths that are closer to primordial truth, which is, of course, non-duality. That's number one. So you can make a lot more magic work that way. Maybe all magic. So yeah, I totally agree with that. Okay, yes, Seth and Joshua.
Well, this is a question I'm curious about because I've often heard it said that Crowley is responsible for the popularization of the esoteric, or rather his project to sort of make it publicly available and accessible. Um, but is he truly responsible for that, given the large body of literature that comes before him? Like just in poetry alone, that seems to have been transmitted. I mentioned Lionel Johnson, for example. He was a huge occultist. Like in Oxford, he would have like strange rituals with his colleagues. He would wander the graveyards at night. He seemed to. There's never. We don't have any recordings of what exactly he did, but explicitly and by all his friends and classmates, they were like kind of scared of him. They were like Loki scared of him. He was like the original Crowley almost in a sense, in that he seemed to have his own like lodge up in Oxford, although he was primarily concerned with writing poetry. And if you read what poetry of his that survived, it does have. I think I should go ahead and reread it now that I know a little more. But it does seem to have a lot of explicit themes, and its content seems to revolve around the occult. He was close friends with Yeats as well, and kind of tutored Yeats almost. So I'm kind of curious. I'm just kind of curious about that, like, because sure, there's just Crowley, but are there also like other figures who are taking this sort of very esoteric, I guess often recorded in verse, and then also similarly popularizing, or at the very least rendering it in prose. Um, yeah.
Look, all poets are sorcerers in a way, and all poets are also occultists, or all occultists are also believe themselves to be poets. Maybe that's a better way to frame it. I don't know. There's an interlap between all those three things. So, there just is. The power of the word sort of transcends all those three. So just think of it like that, Seth. Joshua, please go ahead, and then Solar.
Well, actually, I figured Solar's comment was probably more relevant to what we're talking about. So, if that's so, would you like to go ahead, Solar?
Sure, I appreciate that. And then I'm gonna have to dip. So this has been lovely, guys. And I hope you continue, and I'll listen to the rest of the recording when I'm able. I just wanted to get to Seth's answer. So I think that's a complicated question. I'm sure a lot of dissertations have been written on that subject, right? You could easily crank out a few books and make a career of it, right? I think very briefly, like the two angles that I would come at that question, like on one hand, I think it's inevitable. And okay, so you have a lot of different sort of like historical um like things that fed into the kind of like late 19th and early 20th century occult revival, right? You already had this kind of current of like 19th century like spiritism and spiritualism, right? Kind of like bubbling up. The ramifications of colonialism, particularly in the British context, right? Like, so bringing Western audiences, like sending British aristocrats to the subcontinent where they learn the languages and they're doing their best. Like they took that shit seriously, right? Like trying to immerse themselves in the culture. A lot of the early like translators and popularizers of tantras were like literal colonial officials who basically like went native to varying degrees. Like Arthur Avalon has already been mentioned, right? That's like the quintessential example. But there were many others, right? And so there's like this, again, just kind of saying it neutrally, this sort of cross-cultural exchange that was facilitated by colonialism that was kind of allowing these ideas to come in, right? Like the Theosophical Society and Blavatsky, like that would not have been possible, right, without the British Empire, right? But it's more than that too, right? Because you already have, particularly in continental Europe, although again, since we're English speakers here, we're familiar with like English Romanticism, right? But like the Romantic tradition, I'm thinking particularly in Germany and German idealism in general, like from a philosophical perspective, right? Like these ideas are also like kind of bubbling up, coming to the fore, coming into their own, and all these things are like feeding in, these are all like very, very live currents that just kind of got synthesized and souped together at the very end of the 19th and early 20th century. Like if you look at like the Golden Dawn, right? And again, I'd be remiss to say, like, for the colonialism stuff too, French and English kind of both on this, the Egyptomania, right? Not just in the superficial fascination with the land of Chem that we get from, like flappers and Art Deco and shit, right? Which is cool. But, like that also, like beyond the superficial elements of that and the kind of just consumer culture aspects of that, right? The hieroglyphic language, right, was like deciphered only in the 19th century, and like things were being translated for the first time, so there was this renewed interest both in like actual Egyptian documents and culture, but then also in a lot of the sort of Greco-Egyptian magical texts, which had been like very underground like through the Middle Ages and early modernity, kind of again like gaining steam, but then like that collided with the popularization of like Egyptian culture, right? And it just kind of like exploded, right? So that's like one angle, is just to kind of look at the normie like historical like features of that. And then the other lens, I don't know if you're a Spengler guy at all, right? But you can also see like Faustian European civilization as it's reaching its kind of final exoteric phase, right? Its hardening phase. One of the features of that transition is the sort of the germination and ultimate development of, what does he call it, like the second spirituality, right? So you get this sort of cynicism, this sort of crisis of belief, right? Like the sacred no longer has any, the sort of sacred core of each high culture. Once you get to this sort of final phase, this exoteric like sort of hardening of the culture, you essentially end up with this crisis of meaning. So for Spengler, like every high culture goes through this phase of cynicism, of basically atheism, and then what emerges in response to that, among many, many other things, many other effects, is that you get this kind of, he views these things kind of negatively, very critically, but this almost like desperate attempt to synthesize a new current of belief that is capable of addressing the crisis of meaning exigent in this sort of later phase of civilizational development, right? And so if you believe that Faustian civilization entered that kind of imperial uh phase, that last final phase of its development, with the onset of like high like industrial modernity, right, into the 20th century, it would track that you're going to get a sort of explosive proliferation of these currents, right? So just kind of putting that out there, like, and I'm inclined, I'm sympathetic to Spengler for a variety of reasons, and so I'm inclined to see it that way, as well as complementing the other shit that I said that you can just find in like the normal regime historiographies.
Thank you so much, Brother Solar, and thank you for coming tonight. Appreciate it. Honestly, yeah, you've been really great. I appreciate that. And also, yes, he is a multiple saint, obviously. Go to thetruegraylodge.com. His episode with Dr. Flowers is posted with Kino, all of that. It will be on Threshold Saints in the next 2 weeks. I'll make sure. I was also on that episode, just to give myself a little credit. But yeah, it was definitely his episode, and I was happy to facilitate that. Yeah. So thank you, Solar. Appreciate that. I agree with everything.
May
And
I ask him a question, please?
Yeah,
Because
sure.
what I was going to say was actually a question for him, and then what he said, I think, related to it, maybe. So maybe when this atheism type thing is occurring, is this? Would you maybe agree then that Western society then is lacking substantial rites of passage? And so, what is the purpose of this then? Is it a ritual that's designed to raise your consciousness, right? So are we lacking that in these systems, and that's what causes that crisis, and then people search for that path or that meaning and find it somehow, whatever. Anyway, thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna punt on that, right? I don't want to pretend to know shit I don't. So nowhere that I'm familiar with does Spengler engage with that in those terms at all. I don't actually think he ever uses the language of rites of passage or initiation. Like that's just not part of his framework, which is actually kind of odd because that was sort of in vogue like at the time. But yeah, no, I don't think he has much to say about that, but nonetheless, I think that's a productive way to like examine the question. Like for us, like we don't have to be tied to what Spengler did or didn't say. Like we can totally take his framework, right, and look at that. Spengler's also trying to, even though he's kind of his principal focus is on like classical Greek civilization and then Faustian civilization and the sort of whatever you want to call Magian, right? Those are his big three. He identifies like 7 high cultures that have emerged in like human civilization in total, but like he spends 80% of his space on those three. Um, I am definitely not positioned to talk about the sort of evolution and then devolution or withering of initiatic practices in like Chinese high culture. Like that's just so, and he isn't either, So that's so far outside the scope of my, area of expertise that like I wouldn't try to engage with that. But I think like if we look at that in a Western context, we might actually be able to get something out of that. So maybe that's something we can like, because I have to head out now, but I'd love to talk and think more about that, but I really would have to do the thinking first before the talking. Many such cases.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Solar. Appreciate that. Have a great night. Okay, yeah. So sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was trying to do the wave instead of the hand. All right, have a great night, guys. See ya.
Yeah. Okay. What shall we talk about? Well, I mean that pretty much summed it up. I think honestly, I'll riff off that. I think that a lot of people in the Western tradition, cough cough, quote unquote, are very obsessed with this idea of initiatic magic and initiatic systems and the secret temple. And I'm just gonna say, from my perspective, that's where a lot of Western societies go wrong. But you guys do you do what you want. I'll just be on the margins in the liminal spaces, we'll say. I see your hand, Joshua. I'll let you rebut to that. I'm saying it's partially to be inflammatory, but also partly true, I think. I want to just do a room shout out really quick. Cassandra, content creator, Logi, spiritual services, many things. Go check out Cassandra. Both on IG and on Twitter. Thank you so much, Cassandra. John, Logi, contributor. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming. Vanessa. Check out Vanessa on IG. She's been doing lots of. I just did like some. I think it was like a fair, farmers market. I couldn't tell. It was some big thing. It was a big one. She had a tent and everything. So go check out Vanessa on IG for her tie-dye clothing. Thank you so much, Vanessa. Appreciate you. Sorry, Joshua. Yes, please go ahead.
No, dude. Yeah, I love the shout outs. And so I had kind of like maybe a rhetorical question, not necessarily, unless somebody does want to rebut. But so I was pondering then. So, in a sense, are the elite spending so much time themselves, quote, raising their consciousness, whatever that means, right? That now humanity suffers from that separation where they've kind of developed a form of misanthropy or melancholy, um, because they've tried so hard to be God in a sense. It's like they can no longer be satisfied with being, well, for lack of a better word, a normie, I guess, right? So, but we all experience that to varying degrees. Like the more we learn about the world and the reality of what's going on, like it can be depressing, right? So I was just curious, maybe what happens to these people, and if maybe that stage of decay or atheism or whatever it was, how he was framing it with the guys. Sorry, I don't know enough about it to frame it correctly, but maybe that era is kind of marked by figures like this, right? So I don't know. I was just kind of curious if that made sense.
Yeah, it absolutely does make sense. Look, we're at the end of an aeon. I mean, yeah, he might not talk about it in that way, but we're going to talk about it in my way, which is the neo-Gnostic framework. Okay, speculative Gnosticism, right? Spengler was talking about the end of like this European civilization. He said it happened in another 200 years. I said it's happening right now because it's happening also in our perception. So we are the fifth turning in our of ourselves, not the fourth turning. Sorry, Gurja, it's the fifth turning. We're Kalachakrans today. So basically, Joshua, the reality is like this happens. This is an axial system. This always happens. Like these, like rises and declines. But like my whole thing is like if we're going to present it in an aeonic framework, obviously Solar is a big part of that since he was like basically there for every single aeon of the daughter space, all the Kabbalah spaces, all of that, and then you, and then Matt. So that's kind of why we like joined Evil Forces, right? Because we sort of built out like we did a Kenneth Grant like work. Like people don't really realize it yet, and like maybe they never will. But like we built out like the tree in a very fundamental and radical and very different kind of way, and we did it all together, and we did it with everyone who also comes. So in a way, like this is why I get protective of the show, or protective of my show, or protective of like any of us or me, or like my feelings even. I know that's not always the best place to be. Matt would chastise me. It's because we kind of did a great work, and we're still working on it. We're still building it. And so that's what I would like to emphasize is like we are in the process of right now. We are in the process of rectification. I am in the process of rectification. It's happening right now. It's imperfect. We are in the process of synthesis. We're doing this right now. So we are actively doing magic. These spaces are magic. They're we cross the world in time and space, come together in consent, plus ultra, hyperspace kingdom, let's fucking go. Meta magicians of a new aeon. That's the whole thing. Like, yeah, it feels degraded, it feels shitty, but like what is under the locus of your control? Very little. Very little is under the locus of my control. But you know what is under my control? My own mind, my physical space. There are things that I can control in the externality, and there are things I can control in the internality. So in the synthesis of those two, in the praxis, you get something more. You get a secret third thing. So it's not that I'm harping on initiatic systems or, the reality is every single one of us is in an initiatic system. I just like to speak against it because I'm a little bit I have a rebellious, an Aquarian nature, we'll say, an Aquarian impulse for those listening after the fact. It's a joke. That was a joke. But it's Aquarian. I didn't say the other thing. So, it's Aquarian. It's like we are going to choose will and love, and we're going to work on those things. And in that way, we rectify the world because we rectify ourselves. And that is the Babylon. That is the thing, Joshua, is like the Babylon is the world. Is it the Babylon with a Y? Is it the evil whore who rides the dragon, fucks the beast until destruction? Or is it the daughter who dances on the head of the serpent? Not because she destroys him, but because she tames him. And what is the daughter but us? It's not that it's us, as in like a hermaphrodite. I know you guys love to talk about that. It's not the daughter as in like it's not rainbowed. It's not anything to do with that. It's nothing to do with that. I mean, there might be implications and we're exploring what that means maybe, but it doesn't mean that. It's love over will, but both together in synthesis, love without desire, the tamer of the heatless flame. That's the whole idea. She overcomes carnal desire. That doesn't mean you never have carnal desire. It means that you are in full control and will of it. That means you're not just like dipping your wick into every like candle on the sidewalk. That's what it means. So it's like, it's about like, I choose. I want to be with one person. I choose. That's what it is. It's not about 20 people. It's about one. It's like, I choose whatever that is. I guess that's what it is. So I don't know. I said all this in the Aeon of the Daughter, and I still believe it. I believe it's the Aeon of the Daughter. I think it explains all of this. I think if we choose to accept that as a speculative, obviously, cosmology / ontology, Path 22, it's pragmatic, it's Gevuratic, it's Hasidic, it's Tipperatic, it's in synthesis, it's the Aeon of Mot, it's the Libra, it's the balancing of the scales of justice. But it's not like, I know, I'm not putting you on the spot or anything, Joshua, but some of like Chris, he doesn't understand it fundamentally when we've spoken, and I'm not trying to say this to like put it down. It's just like, it's not those ideas. This is Buddhism, and this is like high Kabbalah. This is like this is the Princess of Breaking Klippas. It's not embodied. It's inherently already self-arising. It's whether we choose to accept it as the reality or not. Do you accept non-duality? Do you accept the middle pillar? Do you accept bodhicitta? You can accept all those things, that's fine. Then that's the daughter right there. Love over will. It's not in the personification, it's not in the archetype. Yes, like Cassandra's in the room. That obviously her thing is the daughter. That's the story it told. Chibi-Usa. Sailor Moon. We talk about this in reference to Sachki all the time. Sailor Moon is Kabbalah, but the planets are not Sephra. But Dakinis, like you could say the Sailor Scouts, Dakinis, they're empty. So they are the Sephra. They just wield the powers of the planets. But they, in and of themselves, are not the planets. They're the stars. Interesting. Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, Seth and Joshua, please go ahead.
Oh, so I was one thing I'm curious about, I was thinking about while you were speaking, is I'm reading a lot of Michael Hudson lately, and this is an idea that's been floated across, or I've come across several times, this idea that I suppose for the Sumerians, time for them was like cyclical, it was like base, their numbering system was like base 60. And it's a really interesting implication that Hudson himself draws out. Somewhat ironically, he observes that for the Sumerians, for the thousands of years that they ruled at least, their world literally began and ended many, 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 many times over. And that the thing sort of driving that was debt, and then the inevitable debt jubilee, which usually coincided with the birth of the coronation of a new king, right? So like the natural life cycle was sort of built into the very conception of being. And I'm sort of curious because even now we're still operating on a very Cartesian um, understanding of the world. For us, things only ever go forward. Time is like perfectly linear. Um, so I'm wondering, like with this implications for like magic, or even this framework of aeons. Um, how do we reach or escape any aeon when the framework that we're all sort of trapped in a very material sense, is so Cartesian and so hell bent on never dying and only self-perpetuating and going forward? It seems to have eschewed any sense of life or death.
Look, we're in a rebirth cycle. We're in the cycle of samsara. Once you accept that there's rebirth, why is that sad? That's not sad. Being reborn as a human is very special. We are not always reborn as a human. And I'm not talking about like how people have like retardational ideas on like the rebirth into a mouse or whatever for doing bad things. I'm talking about like rebirth as pretas, rebirth as ghosts, rebirth as demons, rebirth as nagas, rebirth as gods. So this is something that Joshua talked about. I think it was about like celebrities and like, or the elite, quote unquote. I don't think anyone's fucking elite, so I'm not using that. I reject the frame, Joshua, but it's not because I'm not a Marxist or any of that stuff. Okay, I know, Seth. Sorry. Uh, I don't reject that. I just reject that frame that people are. No, you know what I respect. I'm just going to tell you what I respect. So this is just Jin, so you can just say this is me. I respect good at Kabbalah, high IQ, and good at magic, and a good person. That's my own judgment, my own discernment, my own Gevratic fire, maybe. Can you fuck with me? In the sense that, can you fight with me and we can still be friends? That's pretty impressive to me. I'm just saying. So, you could say that those are like, I embody those like Aquarian. Be very clear, stars above planets, Aquarian traits. Because I have that kind of wild nature. I'm not saying I perfectly embody that. I don't think anyone does. I'm just saying that I think in response, I think that we can think of the aeons. The aeons are inherently good. They're not, we don't need to escape them. I know Seth wasn't inherently saying that we have to escape the aeons, but the aeons give us the idea of quote unquote escape. That's the whole idea of the aeons. They teach us the principles of the aeon, of the time that we exist, of the time in perception, which is right now. And obviously I rectified the Kabbalah for like at least 200 years. So because I said that the Aeon arises on path 22. So this was not in. So Frater Achad said that the Aeon of Mott arose in Binah. That Maggie lady from the Aeon of Mott working said that the daughter arises in Hode, but it's more of like some tranny thing. And I said she arises in path 22, which I think is a lot more interesting, a lot more, you could say, magical. And it's a lot more pragmatic because she's on the paths. I mean, she's here with us. What is she? She is Lamed Mem Dalet. Love as the cause of knowledge. What kind of love? It's kind of post-conceptual and maybe preconceptual love. It's kind of like it's a different kind of love. It's not, it's not like sicko, or it's within the Gevratic fire. So it's completely discerned, but it's heatless. So it's full of hesed, full of mercy. So it's both. So it's not like, this is the thing. It's not free love. It's free will. Free will and love. It's not freely given. And it's not freely contained either. So maybe outside institutional, per se, frameworks. That doesn't mean legal outside of, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, I think it's a little different. I think we have to kind of readjust for what it means. Yes, I'm sorry I went on forever. I apologize. Sorry, Joshua. Go ahead.
I had a note written here from earlier, and when you mentioned about the dragon and the woman conquering the dragon, I just thought, well, all right, cool. Maybe I should read this. So, I was contrasting, like sometimes we see in stories and myth, or even in Revelation, even the dragon pursues the woman, right? So you got the dragon eating the maiden or Virgo. But then there's the contrast of her conquering the dragon. So I just think that's a really interesting interpolation there, that kind of jumped out at me.
Of course, the mother gets transfixed by the dragon. That's
Oh,
that's the
I
truth.
had a link thought as well. Sorry, and it reminded me of Alice in Wonderland. How there was two queens. You had the Queen of Hearts, and then you had what I think was the Queen of Swords, because Alice is given the Vorpal sword, right? So slay the Jabberwocky, whatever. So I think maybe in a way she's the Queen of Swords. but she's so small she can barely wield the sword, because she hasn't like grown into it. So I don't know, it's kind of like the daughter archetype, but not fully the lady, maybe. Anyway, thank you. So I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh no, you didn't interrupt. I apologize that I jumped in the interstitial. No, I agree with that. I think that in some very there's some very interesting ideas of the Nuria, right? Let's talk about it a little more, since we haven't talked about it in forever, and Solar's not here, so he can't keep me on track with the book. Look, the Nuria is a fucking rebel. She wants to burn the House of the Archon. She wants to burn it all down. That doesn't mean she's always right. That doesn't mean that wild impulse, that inclination is always right. You have to discern it through yourself. That's the other thing about the politics of the Middle East, or the politics of like I see China all the time. Like, who the fuck knows? On the timeline I'm talking about, who the fuck knows about any of that? Be serious. How it seems so fake. So my time is best spent what I like to do online now. Yeah, I like to post my fucking poetry and my fucking kino and my fucking iconography, and talk about tantra and talk to my actual friends, like you, Joshua, Seth, Solar, Matt, talk to the group. That's what I like to do online. I don't really give a fuck about any of the other stuff anymore. I like to do my show. I like to do our show. How much should I care? How much should I care about their Maya? It's not even Maya. That's the thing. When the woman and the dragon are entwined, it can go either way. Much in Tantra, the mother is described as conquering the dragon. Not necessarily in the way that the daughter does. The daughter tames the dragon. That's a different... It's conquering, but it's conceptually different, right? The mother can clear the dragon when she has the severed head. It's named Chinnamastika. Rahu is completely cleared from the birth chart if you worship her. Ketu is completely cleared when you worship Varahi, the boar-headed one, or, Dhumavati, the crow-headed one. They can consume the smoke. But in general, the dragon is very difficult to defeat, Rahu. He is very powerful. But what is Rahu? Rahu is also our desire. So think of that in a conceptual way. If the Babylon woman is also inside your own mind, maybe her desire is what allows, or maybe that is what the story of her and the dragon is talking about. If the dragon is desire, and you're talking about a maiden who is overcome by desire, she's going to stay in the klipa. That's why I say I don't even give a shit about the rectification of the mother. Yes, of course, Kabbalistically you want to do it. You want to talk about it. But I'm interested in the daughter. The daughter is independent of the mother. That's why it can begin a new aeon. That's the only way it works, Kabbalistically, is to have the full turn. So what is the daughter? And the daughter is it's right now, we've come outside of these gender wars, the Twitter discourse. We've come out of the the insanity of COVID, all of that. We've come out of it. We've come out of the insanity of a dissident right, alt left, alt right, all of it. It's all bullshit. It's all so bullshit. I'm not counter-signaling the Wingnuts. We got to figure out what. Maybe not me. Maybe that's Solar's job, but or Seth's job. I don't know. We got to figure out what comes forth. We have to be generative in the moment right now. That's what the daughter is also to me. And that's also, you go watch Sailor Moon. It's exactly what I'm saying. Her Chibiusa story. I mean, it's an aeonic, it's a Gnostic story. The Asura from the moon does some magic to her, tells the lies. Your parents don't love you anymore. Your daddy doesn't love you. Your mommy doesn't love you. She believes it. So she forgets who she is. She becomes the princess of the Klipas. The black moon with the pink hair. But she's really not. She's the princess of breaking Klipas. She's the aunt or the daughter. So once she remembers who she is, when she's given back her love. That's the story. That's the fucking anime. So, but that's the story. Go read the Epinoia right now. That's what it's all about. The angel Elileth tells her, Nuria, look, the Archons lie. They're motherfuckers. They lie. You don't have to believe their lies. Like, look at Mary Magdalene. That's a perfect example. And I'm not like saying this from a feminist perspective in any way, but like, it is weird that like Mary Magdalene is the Nuria figure of motherfucking Christianity. And, you know, they cast her as a whore when it's so obvious that she wasn't. And just like what they said to Nuria, we're going to violate you. Okay, Naga, it's not real because their stories aren't real. That's what you need to apply that. I'm not saying for you, Joshua. I'm saying for everyone. It's like, apply that to the timeline. Break those klipas. Who the fuck gives a shit? Who gives a shit? I'm sorry. I'm not sad about anyone. I don't know about anything. I think it's all fake. I'm not saying nothing ever happens. I'm not one of those people. I'm saying that the information, the narrative presented to us, I reject the frame. I reject the frame. I circle those triangles. You know, 777, baby. Turn thunder into diamond. Yeah. That's how I'm feeling. I just don't give a shit. I don't even give a shit about the labels. Like, all my feeds is so bad. It's like all boosted, like people with like communists and like, sorry, Cassandra, Palestine flags, and it's like, oh. But I don't want the other people either. That's the thing. I don't want any of those people. Don't follow me. I'm true neutral. I just want to stay out of it. I think you're both retarded. Not anyone in this room. I'm saying I just can't get involved. It's just too much. It's so fake. It is like identity politics, like 2008. I can't even. Tumblr wars. I mean, it's so bad. I mean, I'm serious. It is not like that's to keep us down. Those are the words of the Archons, man. For real. That is the lies. That is the lies they tell us about ourselves. You know, also like all the, you know, Misa had a great post today. She was like, how can all you right wingers call yourself conservative when all you follow is like fucking like OnlyFans girls, e-thoughts, and like trannies? And like, I don't give a shit. Like, people can like go live your life. Like, I don't fucking care. I don't want to pay for it, but like, I don't really care anymore. But I'm just saying, like, yeah, that's a bar. Like, how can you call yourself like a conservative when you're like, you know, like friends with like cam girls? Like, I'm sorry, it doesn't really make sense. It's not really real. Like, it shows like your fucking aristocrats of the soul is just like a giant fucking LARP and eating on like a fucking ugly wooden chopping board. That's fucking dumb. I'm sorry, like that like sort of esoteric food bro shit. That didn't even look fucking good. You eat charcuterie. I'm French Canadian. I know these things. You eat charcuterie on a board. You do not eat fucking steak and broccoli. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, Joshua, if you want to go, and then I'll let Seth go.
Hey, I actually do eat off a cutting board frequently. That's kind of funny. I felt attacked. I used to eat charcuterie actually, but I don't eat pork anymore. But actually, I don't think I had my hand up, and I'm looking and I don't really have any notes written down, so it might have been a glitch. I'm sorry.
Don't apologize. Thank you, Joshua. I wasn't signaling you. I was signaling the esoteric food bros that would post the pictures of their sliced steak on. I don't have a problem. People can eat whatever the fuck they want. If they want to eat with their left hand, like you know, like that's fine. I don't care.
Oh, I remember what I was going to say, actually. Sorry. When you were talking about the woman conquering the dragon, but like the mother or whatever, what I thought of in my head was when the mom takes off her sandal, like even lions, doesn't matter what it is. Like usually whatever it is will like not want to deal with it, right? right? So I think it's kind of that was like the energy I got. Imagine like to deal with Rahu, it's like I'm gonna take my sandal off, and then Rahu's like, all right, all right, all right, you know.
Sorry, Seth. I want to just respond really quick. I'm going to be really quick. I won't do a rant. Just think of it like this, Joshua. Is like we talked about this in the Kabbalah episode on rejects that you and I and Matt did. But like Rahu, part of him is always at Venus, is always at Netzach, and part of him is always at Hod. He's always in front of Mercury. He's always in front of Venus, right? Like Ketu is associated with Mercury, and Rahu is associated with Venus. You can consider him like swimming in a figure 8 between those two Sephira, or between those two planets, depending on how you understand that. So that's also why you get such variations in the colors. And I've talked about this a little. Maybe you weren't around for those. I think you were sometimes, but it's been so long ago. We'll just refresh it. Like, look, there's different color patterns for Hod, and it's not just in the 4-world system. I'm talking about like there was a fundamental shift from like how Hod was originally described to how Hod actually was described later, and how I also understood Hod to be. Like from my experiences, like I had no experience with like the Kabbalistic understanding, right? So Hod was for me a fully tantric idea. It was not had nothing to do with like the modern Hermetic Kabbalah. So what I realized was like actually this is the inner colors. And then so I wondered why was the outer colors like so different. And so I realized, oh, well that makes sense. Like Ketu's always here, so Ketu's the color of opal or hessonite. So it's kind of like a grosser, like kind of green orange color. Or it can be opal, which is like a kind of it's a splendor color, but it's not really, because it's self-illuminating. It's not really like the colors of splendor, like how Hod should be, like illuminated from the light passing through. And then Venus, Netzach, should be like gold or clear. Like that's how we would think of it in Tantra. But it makes sense if Rahu's right there, of course it's going to be dark green. And it's also going to reflect partly green onto Hod. So it makes sense. It makes sense, like how if the dragon is there, like those are the lower 2 worlds that we can see. So he's swimming in front of them and sort of like creating desire and delusion. I don't know. Interesting way to. Sorry, Seth. Go ahead.
It's funny how the food keeps coming up over and over again. You remember this would be like a month ago when I mentioned that maybe you should sell like merch in the form of like cookies, esoteric cookies. Because at the time, and even now, like one of my favorite accounts on TikTok is this guy who um, sort of remakes or cobbles together old Sumerian recipes based off of what scant archaeological evidence um, they have of like a king's feast, date cakes, that sort of thing. And it also brought to my mind Solar's point about how, I guess, beginning with Crowley and after Crowley, access to the esoteric has been so heavily commodified that there's kind of it's really difficult to interact with it without coming into, especially I guess on social media. Like, I mean, I was even unconsciously doing this, right? I was sort of like poking fun at it, but the irony discloses like a real aspect of the social reality we find ourselves in, right? Where I'm like joking about the cakes, but as you point out, the esoteric pros are all selling their own variation of holy food, one might say. So that just seems really funny to me. Yeah.
Well, I think this is a great point, Seth. I think this is like the whole thing, though. I think like this will even be interesting for Solar if he wants to listen. If he does listen back, we'll see. I'll test him later. Look, this is why the antinomian system developed, because the priest class, and I think Spengler actually does talk about this, is the priest class sort of hoarded all the knowledge, all the mysteries, all the secrets, So this is what sets me apart sort of from the other esoteric bros in the chat, is what I realize. Or from the, not of the chat, I mean, I'm sorry, of all the, you know, of all our hosts that come. Like I'm considering life as like post initiatic almost. Like what does it mean? Like I know a lot of other people who also um, receive certain teachings like Kalachakra, public Kalachakra initiations. I'm not the only one. There's like thousands and thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of people who have. Maybe that fundamentally changed the way that like my wheel turns. And so maybe that's why I came to like do this. I don't know. I'm positing this is like a thing. There's this other crazy theory that Solar has that I'm the reincarnation of a rebirth of Frater Achad, which Mike assures me, looking at the looking at the birth chart, that that's not true. But I do think it was crazy that I also thought of like this idea that I called Anne of the Daughter without ever reading his book or knowing his name or anything, and or like anything about it really. And I sort of developed like a whole Kabbalistic understanding, and then I realized like, wow, it's rather profound really, because he developed a whole Kabbalah around this idea of the Aeon of Ma'at, which he also called the Aeon of the Daughter. Yeah, I mean, it makes me super excited for myself and for us, because I'm like, yeah, we actually did something cool. It was like we talked about it in like a real and a pragmatic way, and at the level of consciousness. We weren't saying like, you know, like a lot of the people would push me, you know, Joshua, like not you or anyone, but they would like push me and challenge me to say like, oh, the daughter, she's like a whore, she's like the Babylon. And like, yeah, she can be the Babylon, sure, with an A. But she's like the, you know, she's 49. She's like, you know, she's her own thing. She's the princess of breaking Klippas. She's like the one to take us outside, to take us to the hyperspace kingdom. So why would she be fixed in a Sephirah anyway? And wouldn't the whole point be to arise to Tiferet, just like the, you know, Pico and all the Christian Kabbalah? I have to start using that now. I'm sorry. Ugh, sounds so fake. I'm sorry, Joshua. Please go ahead.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I was just going to mention the crumble cookie in the Mormon church. Was that the one you were talking about, Seth? And it got me thinking, because those are very toxic and terrible for your health. And so I got to thinking, I was like, oh, so it's like the whole gig, you know, because Girl Scout cookies are apparently the same, right? So it's like you want to get the people addicted to this high sugar or, you know, unnatural food, you know. And so you're right. I kind of get like a cult vibe almost from the whole thing.
I do want to avoid talking about things explicitly as cults, because I do know for a fact that there are podcasters, influencers, and other things that people. No, I'm not talking about for us, because we're clearly not. Like if you've been in the chat, we're like the last few weeks we seem like the nicest, most normiest group chat probably in all of Twitter, the most PG-13 of them all. Not even PG-13, like PG or G even, which is fine. I'm fine with that. Obviously, our spaces get a little spicier. You guys kind of push me up my boundaries on the, you know, Karma Mudra stuff, but it's okay. I accept it. We're grown ups, like, right? We all have like our things, and so you know, I'm a little more conservative in public about those things. I think it's healthy to be, and I think that it's actually preserves a reputation for us as a group as well. And so I'm not doing it for the public presentation. I actually just really do believe that things should be of the nature of consciousness or of the process of consciousness. I really don't think they should be presented in like this strictly like outer temple, like, oh, you must do this ritual. No, like, yes, sure, learn the ritual, that's fine. But I really think it should be done in like your mind and your consciousness when possible and where possible. And I think that will produce inner, like more secret results as well. So I think it's a, you know, a trinity that sort of builds upon itself, gives birth to itself, you could say. So I don't know. I think that, but to go with the cookie thing. Sorry, I did get derailed, but not really. So the whole thing is like the antinomian practices developed out of the need to sort of re-ritualize the sort of breaking of the klipas. That's sort of how Sanskrit understands, like Buddhist Sanskrit and Buddhist ritual technologies. They sort of understand it as like breaking the stupidity of the Vedas, like the fixed ideas. Because we're not eternalists, and this goes back to the idea of celebrities. Yeah, someone may have had the karmic rebirth to be reborn as like extremely um rich and like, or not even rich, but just like famous and like have a successful like public career. But like, they also use karma to like get themselves there and to live those lives. And I'm not saying it's like they're all evil or they're all like baby, like, Satanists, whatever. I don't know. I don't care. I really don't care anymore. I'm post that. I'm like, my thing is like, how can I just be with other people whose company I like enjoy, like you, Joshua, or Solar, or Seth, or Cassandra, or Sir Tim, or Mr. T, as I call him, or Matt, our brother Matt, or Monty. Like, how can I just get along with the people fundamental to like my existence, both online and off? And it does, the line has become a little blurred with some of you for sure, like especially like the some of the people that I talk to every day. Not blurred, but I mean, like Seth and I just speak like quite extensively sometimes, and I feel like if I don't say anything, it's like I didn't forget about him. I didn't forget anyone. That's the whole thing. It's like sort of become like part of my attention is like to like be like, like just make sure that they're cool or whatever, or that they're okay, or like, I don't know. I don't really know that life. So I'm just saying, for me, it's kind of like a process of like understanding like how to effectively dialogue, network. I've always been good at networking. Like, I can be super polite, charming, funny, sweet, you know. But it's like we're talking more like people that you have to work with. We obviously do a group show, and also like we kind of consider our like each other a little more like friends. So we kind of have to also like, I don't know how to do that really. I'm just being honest. So it's kind of like a point of like me figuring it all out as we go. So it's like very this is the initiatic process in a way for me. So that's why I'm saying I'm considering like post initiatic framework, because like I don't give a shit what the celebrities do. I don't give a shit like their Scientological like agape telema like Parsonian admixture. I don't like, yeah, it's interesting perhaps in its own merit, like in 20 years maybe we can like look at it as like a relic, a relicary, like weird American Gnostic belief. But I just am so much more interested in like uh being generative, and also like we should be the ones defining the aeon. It should be people that are of the past. I'm not talking about Shudras. I know Spengler even talks about this, like the many, like he even kind of refers to the Ipsos, which is like the whole like character of like the mass consciousness. But I said it's it's much more individuated than that. And really what the Tiferatic thing was like us all in our kind of will, our love, like not love, but it was like kind of like love for each other, just like care, you could say. And then we were all like kind of synthesizing at the same time. And I realized this during the Kabbalah episode on Tiferet, which I always said was my worst Sephira. And I realized like, yeah, that is actually much more Tiferatic when we're so much more agential. It's also the Aeon of Man. That's the other truth. Yes, it is the Aeon of the daughter, and she has her principle, but there's three characters. It's Zoe, it's Nuria, and it's Seth. Like, you guys think that I just like found like some like I didn't like have intention to like make Seth a co-host and like show off like my like synthesizing ability and like my ability to like magnetize and attract people who embody the Aeonic qualities. You guys underestimate me as a magician all the time. Anyways, I'm sorry, Seth. Go ahead.
Well, I don't underestimate anyone, or I do my best not to. Mostly because I'm so ignorant, don't really know a whole lot. Possible for me to overestimate anything, at least I should hope. Um, but yeah, I like the point of rediscovering, rediscovering all the things. Even this very strange phenomena of becoming friends with specters on the internet, as it were. Because the reality is that we're not specters. We're all very real. And we're all connected and talking to each other right now. And I suppose my incredulousness is maybe like the Anglo-Saxon hangover of assuming that things, like the Anglo box, like assuming that things should be the way they are, right? According to this very Cartesian orientation of the world, post-rationalizing things. And then something unexpected happens, and it's like you sit there, and I'm surprised, or you act surprised. It's like, were you ever really surprised though? I think for me, it's just more a matter of not having sufficiently contended with reality. Like me not ever reading philosophy. I really should have read philosophy during high school, or at least into college. That would have, but here I am now doing that and reading other strange esoteric things. Would have made reading the poetry much more sensible, because I remember reading all these, especially the romantic poets, and it's like my unconscious was being titulated, right? And that's kind of like even like the fun of the joy of reading those old literary texts is like you sort of reflex and meditate on this strange alien vision of a far forgotten past. And it's like you get inducted almost in the act of recalling this past and remembering this vision. But then if you're like me and you're retarded and you don't have a hermetic to interpret the text, you're just sort of sitting there moving from one poem to the next, like, this is cool, without ever really understanding why you like what exactly is being transmitted into your brain. But here we are. I'm relearning again. But the other thing, this might sort of derail things, but I can't help it. But the cookie thing, Josh, that was like a really funny point, because like getting people addicted to the bread of the temple, right? So the Mormon dude who's a homosexual, coincidence? He's selling these cookies. Like, what is the caloric count of these cookies? Like, I'm gonna look this up. Crumble cookie calories. 800 calories in a cookie. And I think there are flavors that go more. I swear I've seen some of them go to like 1,200 or even like 1,300 calories. It's like eating a caniac combo, or like going to Whataburger, or okay, I'm telling myself saying whatever, like McDonald's. You're getting like a full meal, all that's compacted into like this leavened bread. So, and we were talking about like Peter Thiel being the Antichrist, right? But what if Peter Thiel is merely a front for the Crumble Cookie CEO? He's more of an Antichrist because he fits the biblical description of what an Antichrist could be, and he's in the business of selling the what's the word? He's selling like the food of the temple to the people, proselytizing in a very literal sense for the people that consume his goods and then become addicted to them through this heavily commoditized space. I'm just joking. That's just like a really dumb joke that came to mind, but perhaps also an interesting connection that you do know.
Good job, buddy. I think that you actually were right in your inclination to reject philosophy. As I recently posted, I think Wittgenstein was right about the whole fucking thing. Just make a bonfire and fucking Weimar Republic that shit. I'm serious. It is so bad. Like, yeah, okay, Solar's not here, so I'm just gonna run my mouth as I want to do. And like, yes, I'm not saying that any of his knowledge is like he's really much more of a math and like English person. He'll say he's like a historian and metapolitician, and yeah, he is, and I agree with that. But really, fundamentally, he's much more closer to us and like me. I think in his like sort of ability to think speculatively and like broader, rather than be like fixed in like the precision of the text, you could say. Like Binah is a nice place to be, but it's not the only Sephra. And it's not the only way to understand history either. And so, to go back to the point of Ipsos, it's not the mass consciousness. It is sort of the refined and defined consciousness of both the son and the daughter together, in my opinion. So there's always, as we talked about last week, there's always going to be people who require the outer temple religion. I don't personally seek to control the outer temple religion. I don't really give a shit. I've decided I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about who calls himself Buddhist or not Buddhist. I don't care anymore. Because all I can control is me. I can't control what anyone else believes. I can't even control what other people think about me. So maybe I should just work on thinking about what I can control about how I think and how I like act in the world. And like, but when we do these spaces, like, yes, I am actually thinking about real things, about real Kabbalistic and Gnostic ideas that I want to actually think are important, that actually I think do have value, that I think are radical, and I think are different than the Kabbalah that has come before. I think I innovated it. I really do believe that, and I think we all did it together. I think we were all part of a metamagical journey, and that's why philosophy, Seth, is bullshit. Because I never read philosophy in university, and look what I fucking did. And I'm not even Jewish. So there you go. I'm really stuffed up. I apologize. Sorry, Joshua, go ahead.
Thanks. I mentioned something earlier about the Eros Gamos, and I got to thinking, because you made the comment that the people running the world shouldn't be the people running the world, and it should be, I think, people that have crown chakras, essentially, right? Philosopher kings, to borrow the word, I guess. And that's not what we have, of course, right? So I think maybe part of the Eros Gamos thing is that we look at that word heir again. So to become an heir to whatever is to come, right? Or some whatever it is we're at heir to, right? I think is part of that process. Like you become, normally you have to be blood related or whatever, but like in this sense, the act of becoming born again or whatever uh, allows you to then become an heir to something that otherwise is inaccessible, perhaps. And uh, so I was thinking about the crowning. When you're born, you crown. And so, what does it mean to be born again? In that regard. And then I was thinking of uh, Hermes Trismegistus, who is thrice born. I was like, oh, so it's good to be born again. So I just thought that was kind of funny. But yeah, thanks.
I mean, you could think of that, the Hermes thing, you could think of that. It's very interesting. You could say that maybe he explored the supernal triad, Kether, Binah, and Hokmah. You could say that. He's been there. You could say maybe he's been to each one time, maybe 3 times each. Who knows? Everybody has different ideas. That's the whole thing I realized about all of this. Even this is something so basic in Tantra, too. It's like different texts have different ideas. Who cares? The Western guys, they get so caught up and they were like, we need to mix everything together. No, Naga, you don't. You need to bring everything into discernment. There is no synthesis without Gevra. There just isn't. So that's why we don't rely on unverified personal gnosis as our like totalizing worldview either. Like, I'm saying, like, yeah, fuck philosophy, and yeah, fuck philosophy, especially Cartesian shit. Like, I just think that I'm just very, like, Aeon of Man pilled, I guess. That sounds horrible, but I believe it's like we get to choose. We get to choose. And I'm gonna choose, and I've stated what I'm gonna choose so many times. It's like non-duality, middle pillar, yes, magic is motherfucking real, and I'm gonna say bodhicitta. But it's not always gonna be the same. Like, I've always used the green Tara, the blue green Tara, and I still very much love her and appreciate that framework. But I'm really into Kurkula, and so I'm gonna do what is the nature of her nature, which is also empty. So it doesn't really matter, but it does matter to me. So I'm gonna say it's that more heatless fire nature. That's sort of where I think the path is taking us. And so I think it's about remaking. Like, her bija is Hreem, so it's fire and flowers. So we get to remake, we get to decide, we get to choose what seeds from the flux that we keep and which ones we let go in the cremation fire and we just let go into the air. And I think we get to choose all of it. And I think it scares people to be really agential and to really think of themselves. And it's not about that you don't care about like ongoings in other places of the world, but it's just about like caring about like what you can control, who you're connected to, recognizing your deep karmic connections. And yes, Seth, you totally get it. Like, we have made karmic bonds with each other, especially those of us who like show up all the time. If I say your name, that's not an accident. That's not like some like, oh, Jin doesn't know what he's doing, he's just being a content creator. No, that's magic. When you name something, that is so powerful. That is magic 101. And I've told you this entire, whether you knew, I know, Seth, you're newer, but you were coming for weeks before this, before you joined as a speaker. And I always say, this is magic. Like, this is motherfucking magic. This is like, you want to ride the dragon? Let's ride the fucking dragon together. Let's see where loving kindness can take us. Let's see where respect can take us. Let's see where these ideas, this speculation can take us. That is the great work. That's why the poet and the magician, that's the same thing. You know, and that's why you want to talk about impulses, quote unquote. It's because there's a hermetic nature to that. So things don't always seem so fixed. Sometimes they can seem a little emptier. And I'm not talking about like weird inversion things. I'm just talking about like love in a more fundamental way, like who you want to be with. Maybe that doesn't even appear as the person that you perceived or you expected. Maybe it's different than that. I'm saying in like a very fundamental way. I'm not talking for myself. I'm saying in this a much broader Dharmic way. Maybe I'm serious, but I'm being serious though. Like, yeah, I know I'm the biggest like uwu of all time. I get it. Sometimes, not always. Sometimes I'm a badass. Isn't that what you say, Daddy Jin? You're a badass. Why are you crying? You do say that. So the reality is like, yeah, I am a badass. I am a baddie. I 100% own it. I agree. Thank you, Seth, so much for breaking that fucking klipa, because I don't know why I got so like retarded and believing that I was like some like paragon of trad like virtue when no tantrika is really a paragon of virtue in many ways. Like, let's be clear. And I'm not using it to justify my own behavior in any way, but like the truth is like I am a village sorcerer and I've always been very honest about it. And yes, I understand tantra to a very strong degree, and Kabbalah as a result, and all the metamagical ideas that we discussed. But really, it's like, yeah, I'm in the process of rectification. I'm like a reform baddie, but I'm not really reformed yet. I still got some work to do. So the reality is like, yeah, but I've always been honest about it. And I said, this is what we're doing. We're going to do magic together. We're going to take this journey. We're going to try and posit Dharma as real, as karma as real, as like rebirth as real. Try and say that like all reality is emptiness, which is not a negation of it, because emptiness is not nothingness, but it's luminousness and masslessness, which I know all of you have heard 10 million times, but It's literally, it's one of the only things I care about. Like, if you remember anything from these spaces, like in even in a day, if you just remember that Jin had this retarded way of explaining emptiness, that's fine. I'm happy. The seed has gone forth. I have done my job. Thank you very much. Scion confirmed. Okay, I'm sorry. Joshua and Seth, I know both of you have been waiting forever.
Yeah, thank you. I was just going to speculate. One of the things that kind of bothers me about philosophy, and maybe this is part of maybe why it bothers you, I guess. Uh, Back in the day, before technology was so ubiquitous, you would have to travel to places, that maybe were referred to as colleges or universities, and where these philosophers kind of gathered and taught things and such. But a lot of times there were some types of rituals involved in initiatic kind of way. One of the famous ones, I guess, which is awfully extreme, is the one, and I can't remember which mystery or whatever it is exactly, maybe the Eleusinian one, but you had to basically swim through a dark passageway that was full of alligators, and to get to the other side or whatever. And so you had to face possible death. There had to be some risk involved. And this is one of my gripes about Freemasonry in general, is that the rituals have really lost their edge. You're not encountering a wrathful aspect, maybe is that possible word to use here. And so it's been so extinguished that there's no severity, there's no edge to it. And so, really, the philosophies that we know of today, a lot of them maybe have become klipas in a sense, right? Because they're so out of context, and we're not having to really go through the effort of going through a ritual or whatever to actually study. And so, when we do study, we're actually studying out of context. I just thought that was kind of interesting thought.
Yeah, no, it is absolutely interesting, Joshua. I agree with you. I just want to posit, though, that you don't need the ferocious deity to have the experience. That's what I always have told you. Like, Green Tar can take you all the way, Vajrasattva can take you all the way. Those are peaceful deities. They lead you through the carnal ground because you just have to recognize that it's both things, and then the one character can bring you through both things because both things are the same thing. It's not either or, it's always neither nor. Why can't a peaceful deity lead you through the carnal ground if you already live there? Of course they can. So, and I think this is not a criticism of you, Joshua, but I do think it's a broader criticism of left hand path magic, is that they fixate on the wrathful deity. Yeah, that's fine. Have the wrathful deity. That's cool. Okay, I'm into it. But you don't need it. But there is this very Manichaean, very dualistic. You want to talk about the antithesis of dualistic consciousness, or the antithesis of non-dual consciousness? It is the casting things into peaceful and wrathful. No, even in Tantra, this isn't true. Yes, there are peaceful deities and there are wrathful deities. There are blissful deities. There are semi-peaceful deities. There are semi-wrathful deities. All those are different because they can take the vast expression of appearance existence. It doesn't matter. This is one of the most fundamental truths that's hard for everyone. It's hard for every Western Buddhist. The deities are fundamentally empty. You don't worship husks. I'm not saying this to you, Joshua. I'm saying this just in general. It really bothers me. It seems so fundamentally you want to talk about Kila practice and the magic knife or the magic spear or the magic sword or whatever. You have to clear the aggregates. Those happen in your mind. But once you clear the aggregates, you should no longer need to worship a host. It's a very obvious lesson from Padmasambhava. You have the power in you, but you are not the power. You are not God. God is not you, but it is somewhere in that dialectical relationship of threes. Yes, sorry, please go ahead.
Well, it's just a point that came to mind from you, Sir Willie B. And and from you, Jin, too, regarding the sort of tendency to fixate uh, on a certain position and just hold on to that position. I think as we're moving into a more decadent, and then I suppose that's a precursor towards the revolutionary period, um, notions of, because we have to admit, especially at this point, that tradition, the American tradition, whatever that was, is absolutely broken down. And if that's the case, like the idea, especially of all these people who go online and pose as I am this or I am that or identify with this or identify with that. I suppose they're posing because in the greater reality that tradition doesn't exist or it's dead. Or I suppose you would describe that as a klipa, right? This sort of dead aggregation of people's aspirations that did go somewhere, in the past, but just they're just not productive anymore. It's dead. That needs to be cleared away, burned, chaff separated from wheat, and so forth. But in that sifting, I suppose we can sort of try and do our best to rediscover. See, because truly being progressive in this context, I wonder if that's actually doing that separating, that distinguishing and finding for yourself and for others around you. It doesn't even necessarily have to be like a novel tradition. It can be a forgotten tradition. This is just what's been on my mind because I've been reading a lot of Hudson, and I guess the really the thing that's really captured my imagination from that, regarding to what we've been talking about, or I've been speculating about for several months now, is this notion that our sense of tradition and even our very sense of being is really extracted and derived from the Roman ontology. But there also exists this competing, just forgotten Sumerian ontology, the Sumerian way of being, that's even like ingrained in like a lot of our monuments, like the Liberty Bell, for instance, has a passage from Leviticus 25, and where the very specific, it says something about liberation. But the word liberation, deror, I guess is a Hebrew word that very specifically relates to the Jubilee year. So it's liberation and to be free in a very prescribed context, that of, I think, isn't there even like a book of Jubilee that describes the 50-year cycle of, I'm guessing it's Judea, the aggregation of debt and then its breaking. Kind of reminds me of the two Shotsky episodes you did, Jen. Shotsky talks a lot about this, although in a much more very, very high IQ, very abstracted level of like spiritual aggregations. But now that's a curious point. I mean, it comes to mind that I suppose this very literal, this very material act of forgiving debts every 50 years then comes to comprise a rabbinical tradition, perhaps, that seeks to, that treats sort of all transgressions, or identifies a number of transgressions, recognizes that they build up over time. And then there's something you have to do, a great work you have to perform to break up all that detritus. So I think very quickly we're going to have to rediscover something tangible. And things are about to hit the fan when people on all sides of the aisle, who initially, even the most zealous of them, who will cling to these sort of set principles, right? But then when you interrogate them, it's very clear that the joy of life has really been sucked out of them. And this was initially a phenomenon I noticed with all the libs when Donald Trump was elected. I don't know if you saw me like cheering on Twitter. I was having a lot of fun when Trump got elected. And that was actually the initial argument where you followed me, I believe, where I got into it with some liberal kid who was like, making fun of Baptists. That was also part of the whole thing. So I noticed that, and I sort of expected that, but what I didn't expect, especially recently, because I do follow a lot of Groypers and a lot of the right-wing dudes, although some of them I don't even know are Groypers, famously the thymine guy. But even he has lost his joy. When you talk to him, it's like, for them, their project, their sort of philosophy is just degraded into just outright vengeance. Like, there's sort of this implicit acceptance that they've given up on it really achieving anything worthwhile, really realizing their vision, and instead are content to just draw as much blood as possible from their opposition. So I definitely understand I mean, not just you, because I think if you as embodying the gray, I think that represents a lot of people, the majority of people, in fact, who sort of look at this spectacle and talk to these people. They're like, you're deranged. I don't want anything to do with this bullshit. I'm just going to go and do my own thing. I feel like that's like the most natural impulse. I feel that's very justified, especially right now.
Right now, Seth. I'm just kidding. I love Seth. He knows. He knows. It was just a joke. I'm sorry.
But I think, but at the same time, I also feel like this is like going to be a very critical moment. Not like like tomorrow the world's gonna end sort of thing, but just more of I really think, because I'll tell you the reason, for example, why I fuck with Haas so much. Haas is the only dude who has really articulated a sense that there is going to be a civil war. He owns that position. He goes hog wild in that fucking position. And do I necessarily agree with like the rhetorical message? No, but I respect it, and I respect it because I believe I was sitting in AP government class, right? And we had like these little televisions. I don't know if y'all's schools have them too. There's like these little televisions in the corner. Occasionally, we'll watch like speeches, especially like Congress and whatnot, especially in that class. But the government teacher, it was AP government. The government teacher had the speech where that famous Trump speech where he's talking about people coming over the border. He's like, some of them I assume are good people. I think it was that speech, like just right when everything was starting to like really amp up. And I remember laughing the whole time he was making that speech and telling my teacher, I think that man is going to be president of the United States. He reminds me of Teddy Roosevelt. And then she looked at me because she was like a typical like sort of lib. She looks at me in horror and starts yelling at me. But the other thought I had to myself that I've never articulated and really dismissed out of hand was that I think this is going to lead to a civil war. Just because at the time because of AP US history, I had this sort of idealistic understanding of a system that, like for example, in Europe, like why was Germany never allowed to unify? The narrative they tell us is that, well, because Germany had the most resources, and if they were allowed to unify, then they would upset the balance of powers, like the very balance of powers narrative, right? So that was taught alongside this notion that the reason why we've never had like a populist president, especially coming out of like the 60s and 70s, is because that would sort of upset the balance of power within America itself. Although I think my teachers were very sneaky, they never really explicitly defined for us, okay, what does that actually mean? Like, why do we need a balance of power? Does that mean we're an empire? That was like the question people would ask, and then the teacher would like skirt the question. Yeah. But that was really interesting to me because this idea of like absolute degradation and dissolution has been on everyone's mind, and I really think that as much as we might eschew daily politics and whatnot, and we shouldn't let things happening on the internet haunt like our actual personal lives, because of course, who the fuck knows what is actually happening? I mean, information is the way it's communicated and transmitted at this point is just eminently corrupt. None of us know what's real. The whole Charlie Kirk debacle was a huge, like everyone just became a schizo for a week. This happened in December too. Does anyone remember the Pakistani gang rape thing? I'm not contesting that didn't happen, but it's just like literally for 3 weeks straight, I would scroll on Twitter, that's all my feed would be. It was like P. Yerk, especially, just like 1,000 posts about this one act, which is like, I mean, sure, but what obviously this narrative is attempting to elicit um, in a coercive manner some sort of emotional reaction from me and everyone else, and very few people even then really took pause and said, wait a minute. You know, some people even say that sometimes the best thing is just not to say anything at all, or to just take yourself out of the situation, is to just observe what's happening. I think that's a good principle to have going forward, like just really planning and trying to meditate really hard on what the actual stakes are for what we're experiencing, because otherwise it's this kind of plays into what we were talking about, Joshua, earlier, about the schism, and then like the frenzy flame. You know, like people are just like fucking losing their heads. They're giving up. They're like, instead of just taking a step back and recusing themselves from the situation, they're like, no, I'm gonna double, triple, quadruple down and just inflict as much, like they're just full on crashing out, and inflict as much damage as I possibly can. But for what? For what? Not. I feel like very few, if anybody, have really reckoned with the ontological question. And anytime you try and, well, what I struggle with is that anytime I try and bring this up to them, I get accused of being like, weak, stupid, or also somehow complicit. Like, I don't know how to talk to these people. Like, how do you shake these people out of their psychosis?
Look, I don't believe in a civil war. I'm gonna say I'm not counter signaling Haza. I'm really not, just because I find him slightly annoying. I do though, but I think it's all speculative. That's how Kalachakra understands. There may or may not be a manifestation of the Kalki. There may or may not be a manifestation of the Mahdi. But what are those things? Do you follow them? Do you follow them into battle? That's what the Mahdi is. That's what the fucking Kalki is. Are you gonna follow them into battle? I'm not. I'm fucking gonna grow apples or some shit. I'm just saying. That's what it is. It's like, do you follow them? Do you believe that they are? I don't believe that they are. Fuck them. I'm not kidding when I say fuck the Archons. I think that's a better framework. I think that's a more interesting framework. And since we're on the topic, like, I don't really, this is the thing. Yes, partially the culture is dying, I believe. I definitely believe that. But I also don't believe it's ever going to degrade to the point where it's like we have to restart all civilization. And I don't think it's like the rise of the East or rise of Russia. I don't even believe in that. I don't believe in worshiping like other countries. Like we live in the best country, not because it's the best country, because it's the new world. We're lucky enough, we're fortunate enough, our karma was fortunate enough to be born here. Yeah, I know a lot of Buddhists don't think that we're, as Westoids, as we were called, we're fortunate to live here, but in fact we are. In fact, it is like it's a wild and untamed place. But what is a better garden than a wild and untamed place? You want to talk about dakinis and like dakini paradise? That is Hyperborea. I'm serious. Dakinis are untamed. They're post-conceptual. You think one idea is just them in Nepal? Do you think they didn't come here? Do you think they don't have dakinis here? They do. You think the dakinis can't go wherever they want? They can. So I just think that it's a huge mistake to just not believe that we are agential, and that we don't, and also we don't have to be married to anything that happened in fucking Europe. And again, I'm not counter signaling Solar or Spengler at all. I think Spengler was actually the most interesting. Uh, I just wanted to point out that he is a bald-headed partial Jew who is really who also includes Kabbalistic numbers. I'm just saying he's very focused on the 7-year cycle, or like the 70-year cycle we would call it. But I understand what he's talking about, I think, and he's very interesting. But I think that, yeah, I think the aeons count because we are recognizing it. So I think, like, how do I want to frame it? I'm gonna let Joshua go, but this is what I think, Seth, is like we move forward with what it is. I don't think there'll be a civil war because I just don't think people are that cognizant. The libtards are tired, yo. They're tired. They're tired of watching the ice trucks. You know, like they're tired. I can tell. Their fervor has diminished intensely. And that's also why you see the ops like sort of like happen when everything is like everyone's burnt out. This is also what happened during COVID with like the truckers. You know, like thousands of Canadian accounts got nuked, like mine did, for being in support. Thousands. Never able to come back on Twitter again until I got a new phone. That's how like much we were blocked. So I'm just saying that, but they waited. They waited years after the fact, and then they started the trials, and they did fundraising. They're always so fucking behind. We're way ahead. We're way ahead. Not just us, not just me. It's just like I think regular people, like you were saying, like it's very gray. Yeah, people are fucking more gray. That's more the reality. You want to talk more pragmatic reality of America or pragmatic reality of the world? I'm not talking about people with third world consciousness because that's like a whole other discussion. And like, I feel bad for them, but like, prayers for you in the next life, Naga. So, that's basically where I'm at with it. But I just think like we're in a special place and we have to cultivate it though. This is like the most important thing is like I'm talking about myself, but also like I'm talking about like you want my like magic secrets. This is the magic secret. I think self cultivation, personal cultivation, dharmic cultivation. I think those are the most important things. And I think that that's also embodied in like the relationships with ourselves and also the geo-ontological relationships with like like the it's not necessarily the phenomena, but it's kind of like the the mountain god or the it's not about worshiping every tree or whatever, or like worshiping like the yakshinis in the tree and like doing weird shit with them. I'm not. They're not takinis, okay? Like, let's just be clear. Like, yeah, they can be, but not really. So it's not about that or asking for low desires. It's literally about cultivating yourself to where a point where there's obviously there's a post like what people think of as magic. That's not really magic. Like casting spells to do your will. That's not really magic. Magic happens in like a post sort of like it's a non-dual consciousness, like Solar was talking about it, like that is it, it's post conceptual. And yes, magic can also happen in the pre-conceptual consciousness, meaning like the neophyte magician accidentally accesses the tree. That can also happen. Everybody's karma is different and everybody's capacity is also different. Some people are able to do it through those outer practices, like we were talking about with Joshua, like the peaceful deities. Some people can do it like very quickly, and some people can't. That's on you. Yes, Joshua, please go ahead.
Yeah, when Seth was talking about maybe the demoralization, or I can't remember the word he was using, but the lack of zealotry or whatever it was, but it made me think of that term melancholia. There's an engraving by uh, Albert Dürer, I think it is called, and it kind of depicts an angel, um, with all these different instruments around him associated with mathematics, astronomy, arithmetic, etc. In other words, he's a nerd, right? And so it kind of reminds me, like, the more you study the occult and the truths of, the universe and the world and everything, you actually separate yourself from normal people, and it's very difficult to be happy around people sometimes when they're just, ignorance is bliss for them, right? And then it reminds me of that meme where there's somebody standing in the corner of the room at like a party or whatever, and they're all like partying and having fun, but there's some like deep, dark, ironic thought he's having in the corner. They don't know that I'm blah blah blah. So it's like, well, yeah, it can be hard to fit in. If you take that road too far. And I don't have a girlfriend, but like friends of mine that are girls, I have had tell me, like, when I'm talking to them, sometimes they're like, they don't want to hear about politics or war and things like that because uh, they're just not geared for that. And so I think that sometimes it's hard. It's consequential, like you can only take that road so far lest you isolate yourself. So maybe that's part of the hermit archetype, is that it's like a natural consequence that occurs with great wisdom or knowledge comes isolation, because once your consciousness has been expanded to a certain point, it becomes difficult to relate to other people, right? And one last thought I had was that maybe there's some relationship also to the crown chakra and having your consciousness expanded, because in order to be a king, one must have the realm in the mind. A certain vastness is required, because most people only have to care for their bedroom or their home or whatever, but a king has to extend his consciousness is expanded, right? So I think there's some inherent quality that maybe goes along with the crown and the expansion of um, consciousness, because it's in a sense maybe prepare. Of course, I understand everybody has different beliefs, but like from the astrological Christian perspective, it's like crowns then preparing you to be able to rule and have that expanded consciousness, so that you can actually uh, do the task or job that's needed of you, which is something that these world leaders kind of pretend that they're doing, right? But like, I don't think they do a very good job, of course. I think a lot of us could do better jobs, and I think that's what the future will look like, is more normal people actually being in these being we'll have philosopher kings again, except it's just going to be regular people that have crown chakras. I think is more probably how the future will look eventually.
Like I've said it so many times, like I'm not like a Genesis Peerage like enjoyer, like whatever, go fuck him, whatever. Like don't go fuck him, obviously, but I'm saying like fuck him. But the this is the Aeon of Psychic Youth, yo. Like, get your third eye open. Like, let's do the shit. Like, this is more of a psychic Aeon than it is a magic Aeon. Like, I'm just being honest. Like, I am saying it, but it's true. It is true. Like, I believe it. Like, Kirkla, that's her more inner. She's the flashing fire. Like, it is the fire of perception. It is like, it is a lot more tied to like psychism, to consciousness, to powers of consciousness. And I'm not just talking about cities or any of that shit. I'm talking about like fundamental like reality creation, reality recreation, reality rectification, and reality synthesis. And it really begins in those who. It's not that you're gonna feel like that feeling all the time, or that your life's gonna be perfect, but your life is like your great project, right? Like I always call it the great work, but I honestly sometimes feel like it's so harsh. Thank you, Sir Tim. But I feel like it's so harsh in a way, because it's like, then like what standard of perfection do you hold yourself to? But like I don't know too. Bye, Sir Tim. Thank you so much for coming. Appreciate you. And thank you to everybody that came, obviously, and to Solar, and to Seth, and to Dr. William Birkin, and to Cassandra. We'll close it out, I guess, because like yeah, we lost so many people, but that's okay. They know we go a little wild. And of course, like when the unks are away, the daddy will play. Well, I guess yeah, because Grandpa is gonna play with me, and like, well, that sounds horrible. I meant Joshua is gonna be like cool with it, and then Seth's obviously like he's like both an angel and a devil on my shoulder. Um, but no, look. I think this is like I think it's the Aquarian age. I think that is true, you don't have to take it in the Laurel Canyon way. Just because that's their framework doesn't mean that you have to believe it. Like, I'm sorry, like the Pope was not blessing a fucking chunk of ice. I'm sorry, that was not a chunk of ice. I'm sorry, that's not a chunk of ice. It's some kind of Neptunian or Uranian shit. I'm serious. It is some kind.
Uranian, you say?
Well, I mean, like, you never could. Maybe, like the priesthood. You never know. Just saying.
I mean, he's the most progressive pope. No, okay, I'll stop. You can't tempt me into trolling
Not
Catholics.
anti.
I swore an oath not to.
I'm just saying it like, okay, so say it's Neptunian. Say like their religion is Neptunian or whatever. Like, who cares? Like, okay, let's say the framework doesn't even matter. Maybe they believe it, regardless of what it is. It doesn't even matter. They believe in something else. It doesn't mean that it's like a satanic or whatever. It just means that they clearly have other layers that they believe in. And I just think that all of their outer rituals are just bullshit. And it's not that the outer temple religion is even bad. I don't think it's bad. I just think that the institutions are just like, I'm just over it. Like, I guess I'm just like a true anarch, I guess. Um, I just, I just want to be like, I just want to, like, this is something that Monty used to say when he first, like, when we were first introduced, he'd be like, I just want to be with my friends on the internet and like shit posts. And like, that is what it's about. And maybe like meet them in real life too, eventually. That's always like that would be like a cool thing, I think, for some of us. I'm not saying for everyone, but like it's something I'd like to do in the future. So I think that whatever it is, I'm just saying that there, I think that it is what we make of it. And I think
Okay, Jin, I'll dress up as a Wendigo, with antlers and everything, and come spook you in Canada.
well, Matt wants me to like he wants me to build like a gray lodge, like an actual gray lodge that is like in a city that people who are like magicians. It's like a hostel, but it's like private. It's kind of like John Wick style. And I just told him, this cannot be like a weird. It can't be like some like like thing where it gets implicated as like some kind of like teal, like weird shit.
That would be so messy. That's a cute idea, like a little camp, but
They
people.
have one actually. They have one in the Netherlands. It's really cool. It's beautiful. It's in an old castle. And they teach classes and they have like all these famous occultists and authors come. It's actually really cool.
Is that like Amsterdam? Isn't that country a big swamp?
Yeah, they have a lot of dikes as they call them. We're kind of being naughty. Like, this is like way beyond like how I usually am live. But anyways, no, I had a lot of fun. Thank you all for coming. I now next time I'm gonna have to we have to give it like a really crazy Babylonian name, honestly, because that one space that I did where nobody showed up, like nobody showed up to like when I was recording except like the core group of like Lodges. Cassandra was there, Seth was also there, I think Joshua was also there. I can't remember. I think, yeah, you were, Joshua. You were in the car, so he was there, so I apologize, but that got like 1,700 views. I think it was because of the title. I'm being serious. I'm like, I think it's because I call it Star Woman and Other Powers.
Oh yeah, when you told the yes, people really like the native legends.
But I
as
think
we
it
have
also because it refers to Babylon too, like the woman Babylon, and I think it also refers to like aliens, which I don't really discuss like ever because I don't really believe in them. Because I think it's a waste of time. I'm like, yeah, I'm Buddhist, like I'm a tantric. I accept that there are creatures of many realms but is in people's consciousness. Like a Naga is in people's consciousness. It's not.
you're the grandma from Don Don to Don.
That's it.
You're like aliens? No, that's just a she doesn't say. What's the Japanese term? A yokai.
Yokai.
Yeah, there we
Yeah, everything's a yokai.
go.
There's no aliens. We just live in a multiverse.
I love that framework because it's like, the UFO psyop, it's like, what if in reality the United States military is like summoning demons and just releasing them into space? They're like catching gin in bottles and like throwing it across a white sands in New Mexico.
But jinns can this, Seth, is jinns can move through the realms. They can already
Mm,
act with people. They don't need a sorcerer.
the
Um,
shayateen.
right?
الجنون العاشقين. There are people like, especially in Morocco. I was really stunned at the faith and really firm belief in jinn. Because I would joke about like a jinn al ashaq is it's an incubus or succubus, depending. And I would joke about it. I'd be like, الجن العاشق ينتظرك لكي يرسل إليك الباقي من الزهور during Ramadan. Maybe not the most appropriate thing to say. Essentially, like the succubus is going to visit you to deliver the rest of your breakfast. Just like a nonsense phrase, but like people would get really pissed at me. Like the teachers and friends I would say it to, they're like, no, but really, it will appear if you keep saying it. So stop saying it.
Yeah, calling things to you has power. Psychic aeon. See, the jinn, the problem I have with besides the Muslim thing, okay, the problem I have with the jinn in general from Islam and from like obviously Sufism is part of Tantra in a way. But the problem I have is such a broad category, like where like the Buddhists get so autistic about putting things into the 8 categories of gods and demons that it makes it makes
That's
so much more sense, right?
well, this happens in Christianity too. It just goes to show how much more I need to read. But I've always been curious, like, because like the actual Judeans, an angel was just the literal manifestation of God, right? Like a seraph was just a form God assumed so that he wouldn't annihilate mortals who would that he would interact with. But then we move from that somehow to the whole like very like vast tradition of saints and angels and the whole like falling story as well. This has always been very bizarre to me how we move from that to, you need like to read 4 grimoires to understand and articulate um, all the various sub deities.
I mean, I think people should not get caught up on like the deity names. I say this every time. Like, don't worship fucking husks. Don't worry about it. If you don't have like deities you like, just use the Christian one. You have Jesus, you have Mary Magdalene, you have fucking God. Like, who else do you need? You have the Father, the Son, and the Daughter. There you go. And Mary as well. So you have the Mother too. Just use that. You don't like that? Okay, that's fine. Use the Gnostic fucking cosmology. Use Seth, Nuria, Zoe, and Sophia. Got all of it right there. So,
But what about Goetia?
I mean,
The
the Goetic spirits are the shades of the angels. If people actually read the Keys of Solomon instead of like just pretended, instead of just like not you, Seth, I'm talking about like the bulk people. If they actually read the Keys of Solomon instead of just like pretend, I'm not saying that Eric's method is pretend. I don't think it's pretend. I know it's not. I know it can produce results. What I'm saying is if they stopped LARPing and like actually read the book and stopped being like, yeah, we're just gonna do it. Well, no, actually go read it and then also do it if you want to do it. But if you But if you read the book, it's very clear that the way to reconcile the two things, angels and demons, is through non-dual consciousness, and that they're actually appearances of each other in the world through dualism, and you're perceiving them one way. But it's
We
not.
spoke about this a little bit earlier, but you know it's the phone game, the Fate Stay Night, the most bizarre, surreal fucking video game I've ever played in my life. With the story centers around just that, like the whole essentially Solomon is like the protagonist, and then Goetia rebels against Solomon, um, as an almost like reimagining within the Judaic um, old Judaic tradition, like the OG Old Testament of like the fall of gods, or the fall of the angels rather, but the angels in the sense are rebelling against Solomon, who's like God's connection on earth. Um, it's very, very, very bizarre. Uh, it's like a phone game too. Like I know I asked you about this earlier, but like, do you know anything? Like, what are the creators of that game up to?
Look, Aya Nishitani, he's on Twitter, and he's a favorite among many people in our chat and also in Monty's Weeb chat for a reason. He fucking knows. He understands. I'm not saying that he. I'm not saying. I'm saying he gets it. I've heard him discuss like what he thinks angels and demons, and how he developed like the games that he made, like the very famous ones about demons in the underworld, in the subterranean tunnels of Set.
Mm.
Right? Like he gets it. He knows these are like not externalities. These are like really processes of your own consciousness that maybe yes can appear externally, but it's all rectifiable. Like this is the thing, is that the mother is rectifiable, the father is rectifiable, but it the best story is best controlled and best contained in the aeonic cycle. The aeon of the father is rectified by the aeon of the mother. The aeon of the mother is rectified by the aeon of the son, who rectifies both of his parents. The aeon of the
Mm.
son is rectified by the daughter and her love. There you get a whole complete turning. So the reality is like that's just the easiest, that's just the simplest way that I know how to explain it. But I think it can also bear out maybe in a relative way as true. So
This will definitely be something we expound upon further when you and Josh and I get together to talk about, I guess, Dark Souls and Elden Ring, or explicitly Elden Ring. Just because that's like a really profound observation on your part, in that for a lot of this, um, how the information is transmitted, right? How the occult is transmitted in the contemporary age seems to be primarily through video games. Whole Soulsborne series, the fucking the gotcha video game I was just talking about, Fate. What? The aeons on your telephone. um, I think there's some older game, the Shinigami Tensei. I've heard some stories about that.
that's the Aya Nishitani. He did
Mm,
Shin Megami Tensei. He is a Buddhist. Like if you ask him on Twitter, you can ask him. He'll say he's a Buddhist, like a Japanese Buddhist, but he's like a wizard. Okay, like I don't know any other word to like. He's a magi. He's like us. He gets it.
mm.
He sees past. He was able to. You see, this is the thing, and he's really into Lovecraft too, which also makes me suspect him in a little bit of a way, because a lot of Temple of Set people are really into Lovecraft too, as well as the Typhonian OTO. Like Don Webb wrote several books on Lovecraft. You know, when we interviewed Stephen Flowers, Dr. Flowers, he talked about Lovecraft. When we interviewed Toby, he talks about Lovecraft. I mean, it's a big part of like magic. Is this is what I realized. The true magic is really the story. That's why they're all fucking writers. Elrond,
Well,
Crowley, they're all poets and writers. because they know that's the way to move their aeonic ideas forward is through popular culture. Just like video games. Video games are an amazing hermeneutic. That's why we talk about Sachki and like Sailor Moon and obviously Cassandra's here because it's an amazing hermeneutic. Pokemon is a fucking amazing hermeneutic. You want to know why?
That was what I was gonna ask you about actually, is what to bring up Pokemon. But what's like the occult intersection with Pokemon? Because the games seem rather hollowed out.
You're
You know, they just seems
taming,
to be about pushing
you're
as
taming
much money as
yokai.
possible.
You're taming nature spirits with a
Eh.
magical ball that fills
Okay, that's a good point.
with it's a magical ball of that is material, so it's an aggregate, a klipa. But what is contained within a Pokeball? Empty negative space. It's a vacuum. That's a Sephira.
Ah. So what about the Pokemon Coliseum and Gale of Darkness games that sort of complicate this by you're not catching Pokemon, you're actually stealing it from criminals.
Okay, but
And then you have to go about purifying these spirits
well,
as
there you
well.
go. That's a different stage of the process. But also, like to summon a Pokemon, what do you call? What do you say? Like, how do you tell me, Seth? Like, how does Ash catch him? How does he summon a Pokemon?
On the anime,
Well, let's just say,
go. Does he just say go Pikachu?
well, okay,
Curiously, Pikachu never
well, what if,
never goes into the Pokeball.
what if he's summoning like a different Pokemon? I'm just saying,
I choose you. I choose
right,
you.
right.
Yeah.
I choose you. I choose you. Da da da. I choose you. He calls their name. This is
Uh-huh.
Goesha 101. Names over spirits give you power over them. Pokemon's
That does
fundamental
explain
spiritism.
even like in what is it, Diamond and Pearl, that generation where we get introduced to like the sort of deities and their very peculiar like shapes, Arceus in particular. I guess given yeah, it does sort of evoke like quasi-biblical imagery, even especially Arceus's like weird horns. Hmm. Okay.
I mean, they're all chimeric too. Pokemon,
Mm-hmm.
right? They're elemental. Like yes, they pretend they invented their own like battle system, and they did, but they're also going off of ideas of magic, like isekai. We talk a lot about this in the spaces in past spaces. The isekai
Mm-hmm.
genre of anime, the reincarnation they call it, or rebirth genre. It's like it's very preparatory. It's very hermeneutic. It's very taking you through the threshold into different experiences, and it's kind of saying, oh, life is a video game, so if you think about things in this way and this way, you can actually manipulate the reality around you, because magic is motherfucking real, like literally. So the characters become overpowered not because they're actually overpowered, but because they have conceptual thinking that breaks sort of the klipas of the material conception. That's why scientific materialism for me never really had any value, and why I always would laugh at tankies, simply because it's not. And I'm not saying this in aspersion, Seth. Yeah, Seth, you know that. I'm really not. I'm saying it in like I'm saying this in a more, we'll say, like sage mode way.
No, we definitely suffer from this lack of consciousness because even if you were to compare China at the moment to say Russia, right? Like especially even the cultural output right now, like there's that movie. It's a kids movie. I low-key kind of want to watch it though. Like it was on TikTok all over the place. It was like the story of Nezha. I believe there are
Oh
two
yeah, I
movies now
watched
at
that.
this point. That that actually looked like a good ass
It's a
movie.
great story.
As a matter of fact, there's even some Chinese animation where it's like I feel like as a civilization, China sort of apprehended um, because for us, right, Hegel's big thing is like escape the labyrinth of your mind. But I think for Chinese civilization, at least based off of their achievements, they were like, yeah, bitch, we're already here. We just needed to get rid of like, you know, some predatory foreign powers, I guess namely the British, and then we'll go back to doing what we've been doing for millennia at this point, you know. it's us, the Western autists, who have to like really um, discover for our own, or in our case, rediscover. Uh, I guess really, it's time as cycles.
Time is a wheel. Time is a cycle. We're
Mhm.
moving in an aeonic wheel. We are going into something new, not because I said it, but because we are, and because it just makes sense. It makes sense magically. It makes sense kabbalistically. It makes sense, and all the texts point to a movement. And it's like not about being millenarian. And I'm not bullish on China. Like I know you are, Seth, and I know other people are. Like Monty is. I'm not anti-China, and I'm not pro-China. I'm pro where we are. Pro habitable,
Mhm.
right? Like I don't. Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of great Chinese media. I'm the first to say. Like I love Neja. You know what's really interesting about that? He is the most. He's the son. So Neja is actually the Chinese version of Skanda or Kumara, who is the son of Shiva in the pranic cycles or pranic canon. So no wonder you felt like magnetized towards him, because he is also like a very Christ-like figure. He's different in
Mhm.
his cosmology. I agree. He's the wielder of the wind fire wheels. That's how he flies in the sky. But he also has his magic spear. Magic spear,
Mhm.
right? So that's very.
Well, that's like very Celtic. That kind of reminds me of I always mispronounce or don't know how to pronounce it, like Lu, the Cuchulainn, the hound of the guy who wields the spear that never misses. I feel like there's a shared archetype across our two civilizations.
Look, the sun the sun who is the spear wielder is a reoccurring archetype. We've discussed it quite at length, but you're right. It's a reoccurring archetype for a reason. Christ is also associated with a spear. Just like, let's be clear about that. I know I'm not saying that stuff.
The spear of fate, yeah.
So the reality is like there's a specific sun figure. It's interesting because in the Kenneth Grant book that we were supposed to talk about for the last hour and a half. Um, he actually identifies the Kumara in the typical theosophical mistake. So theosophists always make this mistake, is they identify the sun as Krishna, and he's identifying Gopal Krishna, so the Krishna you see playing the flute with a bull, usually with a cow, surrounded by the milkmaids. He's identifying that with Set as well. Set, not Seth. It's like great child. That's what he even calls it. So he's basically saying, like, he's like saying something tantric, but then he's also saying something kalpathic. He's like saying, yeah, the dragon is Krishna. I agree with that, actually. That makes sense in tantra, to be honest. But then it's also saying, like, he's also like the hero. He's like the one you want to ding. No, he's a hero of Bina. He's not, or the Bina. He's not the, he's not the fullness of the tree in emptiness and splendor. That's like being fixed. We're not going to be fixed. So I don't think we should. So
Mm.
that doesn't mean we can't be fixed with each other, and we can't like arrange our lives in specific ways. I'm not anti-traditionalist. Like, I want to be clear about that. I'm not like saying like, oh, like radical hyper progressivism, we just throw everything away and live in a big commune and like all of that. No, I'm saying like it's a very much about discernment. It's a very much about individualism. I know people, especially third worlders, they hate this idea of like American individualism, and there's a fucking reason. There's a fucking reason
Mhm.
that they can't hang, and they're because they don't know how to be individuals. They are not individuated. Their ipsos is still very much in mass consciousness. That's why.
No, it's true. It's even on the physical level. Like when I initially traveled to the Middle East and lived there, they would have some of the teachers come on and talk to us about, like, in America, there's like the physical bubble, right? Like everyone stays like 2 to 3 feet away from each other. You're always mindful of like the space you're occupying so as not to intrude on someone's personal space. There's no such thing as personal space in the Middle East. They'll just be walking up to you, especially if they like you. They put their hand on your shoulder. Uh, They lead you around. You're like, you stand right up in someone's face, like a foot away. You know, you have to really articulate yourself and say things sometimes multiple times and use a lot of adverbs and really stress. Um, it's so like literally within the consciousness, it's almost like an entirely different world. Um,
Look, there is a karmic implication to all of this. There is a I know people get so uncomfortable when we talk about this, but let's just be like, we're saying it speculatively, obviously, but let's talk about it like for real. There is a karmic implication to where you were born. There's also a karmic implication to like what Joshua was talking about, like with being born a celebrity. There's a variety of choices in the world. There's a variety of possibilities, karmic possibilities, but you're also an agent of your own will. It doesn't happen for everybody. Everybody knows like someone who's like really beautiful or whatever, and they don't make it. They have everything right. Maybe their birth chart even says like you're gonna hit it rich, you're gonna get famous, and they never do. That's why I say never be fixed about astrology. Indians are like that. You want to talk about people fixed in astrology? Indians are very. I'm not saying that.
I that's a good point. I remember watching like this show briefly on Netflix where there's like this lady who was a matchmaker for I guess some of the upper castes. And literally every episode was like an hour and a half long, but like a whole hour of that episode was literally just her consulting a star chart and then going out and speaking to like I guess some kind of expert to like really make sure that um such that every time that the prospective dates met each other, like one, their charts had to be aligned, but even like the moment, like the very up until the minute that they actually met each other or did like a little acute activity with together, had to be mediated by this astrology. That's always very very interesting to me because I have a lot of Shia Muslims who are from India. I'm friends with them, and they're also just as obsessed with astrology, despite the Muslim influence. I'm like, what's that about?
Well, the Mughals were the ones who translated the text. Like, you want to talk about the history, like the transmission into Arabic? It
Hmm.
was through. It was through the Mughals. It was through their Mughalized Arabic. They would translate the Sanskrit text or the vernacular colloquial language text, tantric, transmit
Mm.
that, and then it got called Arab knowledge. I'm not even discounting Arab knowledge, despite my dislike of Islam. Okay, so I'll be generous, but I'm just saying that the Mughals themselves were as Islamified or Persianized as they supposedly were. They were also like at their core very much influenced by like worship of the planets.
Mm.
So there's always been two factions. There's always been like the faction who worship the planetary hosts, the planets themselves, and then there's also been like the people who worship the stars. That's not necessarily the antithesis, but they often think of themselves as such. The reality of both is that both are bullshit. And if you just understand both things as empty and a star is self-combusting, then it doesn't fucking matter. Then who cares? That's what I think anyway. I just think like be more agential than that. Like Tantra is about stretching beyond the stars. Tantara. Stretch beyond the stars. Weave beyond the stars. So let's go beyond the planets. Like the planets are the minor archons. Like who the fuck cares? Like let's just move forward. Yeah, I know people love to live by their chart positionalities. That's so clearly against like everything. It's so I can't even explain how like trapped in low consciousness that is. Like worship of the planets. At least if people worship the stars, I could like somewhat like intellectually I could like that makes sense, a lot more sense to me. Because they're light, essentially like illuminated like bodies floating in the vacuum. If you even if you don't believe it's true, like that's still more metaphysically profound than a planet, which is like
Well, you grasp for the stars, right? Like you reach out to
you
them,
reach,
you
don't
ascend,
reach.
reach, yeah. Whereas the planets like impose
Yeah.
themselves on you, like Majora's Mask, like the moon falling down. It's very much, you're living with something hanging over your head, sort of determinism.
Isn't it interesting that Kabbalah, or at least Yetziradic astrology, considers us to live on the moon? I'm just saying it's a really interesting idea, like Yesod as the actual foundations of the world. Just saying. It's interesting. I've
Reminds
said
me
that
of
it's
One Piece.
Crystal Millennium Kingdom, right? Like Sachki says. I mean, that's what it is, really. It's like it's all about our perception. It's all about our awareness. You know, that's why it's a crystal kingdom. Sometimes it's there, sometimes you can see it, sometimes you can't, but it's still there. It's like glass. But it's not. It's also like ice. You can also say it's like crystal, like quartz. Sometimes it's illuminated.
Careful. We're sounding like Guilty Crown, Jin.
Look, Guilty Crown's a Gnostic story. I don't know what you want. Like, I'm not saying it's a good anime. I'm saying it's a story in it. A lot of
We're going to transform into crystals and they resonate with each other.
look, there is a story. There is like an Aeon of the Daughter anime. It's called Scrapped Princess. It basically tells the entire story of Nuria from like front to back. Like, I'm not even being funny. Like, I watched it and my mouth was agape the whole time.
Oh, it's an anime?
It's an anime. And the guy is on
Mm.
Twitter and I've talked to him on DM, the creator.
Mm.
But the whole thing is like about this girl. She's prophesized to be like the princess. And her power is her scream actually stops the control of the actual archons, and they're called archons.
Mm.
Interestingly, the 4 archangels are also considered agents of the archons. So when the archons or their agents speak, everyone on Earth has to accept what they say. They perceive it as true. This girl is the only one who it doesn't affect her. And in fact, her scream allows her to break the klipa, you could say, break others out of that like mind control. So they have to decide for themselves, but it's not like her like rising to like this like apotheosis. Like, it's not Evangelion where she's like rising as in like her like astral star body and getting her head sliced off by Uranus. Funny how that always comes up. What happens in Evangelion, I'm just saying, is like it's the planet Uranus. The ring comes down, it slices her head off, it falls down, just like the Babylon, just like the story of like Uma Tara or Pavarti. Like she jumps in the cremation fire, she gets chopped into 51 pieces. That becomes the world. I mean, it's a you know, the story is, I'm not a perennialist, I'm an axialist, like I always say, but like you know, the story is kind of perennial. Like, it comes back around, and it's like, how do we rectify it? Well, we rectify a story through a story. You rectify fiction through a narrative, but you try and bring truth into it. You don't want to bullshit it away, right? And that's also like to bring back the Kenneth Grant thing, the Kenny G. It starts to become bullshit. There's a layer where it's like, yeah, it's about Kabbalah. It's like interesting as fuck. He's talking about like breaking us out of the klipas by taking us through the klipas. That's interesting. That's cool. That's what fiction should do. It should lead you through the cave. But instead, he like kind of brings it down into this like Afro goetic layer, and it's not like, it's just too much. It's like too Crowley. It's like too Liber 777. And the reality is they're all obsessed with the 777 number because it is the aeonic number of one way of thinking. But as Sashki reminded me, the aeonic number is really 888 999 777. Just like, you know, the pattern of the of Hod, Yesod, and Netzach. But you could also say it's the 10 and the 11. So Kenny G is right in a way too, to focus on Dath, because this is the secret of the Crystal Millennium Kingdom. You want the secret, Seth? This is the secret. On Yesod exists a gateway, a threshold, where you can walk through and get to fucking Dath. And when you're at Dath, you're not exactly in the same, you don't arise there in the same way that you arise there by traveling the lightning or the dragon path, like Matt talks about. This is a different way. So you have to reorient yourself using the principles of the daughter. That's why you often see, to reference Sailor Moon, obviously Cassandra's here, so it just totally makes sense. The guardian of Chibiusa is who? Sailor fucking Pluto. Dath, the daughter of the moon, is protected by the plutonic force. That's what Kenneth Grant's talking about. That's what the creator of Sailor Moon's talking about. They're talking about access to Dath from where we live. And then if you want to add in like the Tracy Twyman or the quote unquote Uranian layer, well, I've said it before because I'm so dumb, I didn't fucking know what it meant. So, anyways, besides that, um, so you can look at Kether and you can say, okay, yeah, Kether, but you can say like the planetary body that appears there is Uranus. This obviously is what the creator of Sailor Moon also thinks. So I'm not saying it's in negation. But right, the planet is not the Sephira, right? It's a different, it's like a more hypothic force. So the whole idea is like, yeah, you're gonna see the pink ray at where Dath, but you're gonna come back. That's kind of the idea of the Aeon of the Daughters. That you're gonna come back down with the knowledge and you're gonna go fucking forth and you're gonna go to Tiferet. And if I don't like this metaphor, Joshua, but I'm gonna use the one that you used since you used it because I think it's also good for Tiferet, is that you want to become the king, but I'm gonna say the anarch. Like you want to become the king of your own world, sort of. Like not your own world, but just like your own life or yourself at least. Maybe just yourself. So I'm like I like that. I think that makes us a lot more equal in a way. Like you want to talk about like egalitarianism. Like I'm not like egalitarian. I'm not like saying like let's all live in like communist utopia. Like you know me. I'm like you all know. I'm like I would not like that kind of idea. But I think that the whole thing is once we raise in consciousness, I think we'll have a lot easier time to sort of like relate to each other. Doesn't mean things are going to be perfect. I think that's what people forget too. Relating to people is really hard. And it takes a lot of work and a lot of practice and a lot of energy. Like I get why Cassandra doesn't want DMs. I get why she doesn't want to like come on rejects. I get it. It's magical. It's time consuming. It's like commitment. You have to be on. It's hard sometimes. I find it hard and I like doing it. Like there are so many episodes where I've sat there and I'm like, I have nothing interesting to say. I better say something. Well, no, because what is the point of me sitting there for 90 minutes if I say nothing? Like just listen to like a guest. I guess that's fine, and it has been fine sometimes. But I think dialogue is where like discourse is where the magic happens. Like I've said that so many times, and it's in the dialogue that we have with each other, and like the connection that we make. Like,
We should learn how to Mongolian throat sing, and then that can be an episode.
well, you and Solar can practice that on your own too.
But you're supposed to teach us. You're the Eurasian master,
I
Jin.
can throat sing actually, but you know what? If you don't need throat singing, you can just say the regular mantra, and it just works just as well. You don't have to worry about the outer accomplishment sound. I'm not saying for you. I'm saying for anyone listening back who's ever asked that question. You don't have to worry about like sounding like a Mongolian shaman. You can just sound like Seth. You can just sound like whatever. Like it's all good. Like we're moving into like a new formation. Like are you getting it correct in your mind? That's where the layer that really matters. If you understand how it should sound like, it's all going to come anyway. Just through practice, discernment, wisdom, method, love as a cause of knowledge. That's also like that's exactly what I described, like the Yesod to Dath connection. And then gazing upward at Kether, gazing upward at like the love, like a love so ineffable, it's like ineffable beyond description. So, like Dath means knowledge. I mean, can't get any more obvious than that. Like the daughter is love as the cause of knowledge. So like let's just go with that Aeonic ideal. It doesn't mean you have to believe in like a Dakini or like a Mary Magdalene even or like Nuria even. Although I think Nuria is really, I'm not saying pray to her or anything. I'm just saying like it's a story that clearly rectifies other stories, and so maybe in that way it also rectifies ourselves. Maybe the story of Set. Maybe we don't have to. Not Seth. I'm sorry, not Seth. Seth. Not Seth as in Bibliomancer. Seth as in the Gnostic character. Yeah, he is a Barbara White Gnostic figure. He has an interaction with the Barbello and the grandmother figure. But he also appears in the Nuria story. So, like, which one is correct? Well, maybe both are correct, and maybe that the way people have interpreted them are not quite right. I'm not saying my way is 100% right, but I do tend to think of myself as more correct than not. So, and like the Zoe character, like you see so many different ideas about her. Like she's like Mithric, so she must be like a tea girl or something, or like a whatever, or like a cowboy, or like some weird shit. No, she's fucking invisible light. She represents me. Quit being weird. She's a child. She's pre-generative. So there's nothing sexual about it. It's not like there's not inherent meaning to like hermeticism. It just, she's invisible light. So it's part of your process of consciousness. It's not, it doesn't, this is the problem is that, and this is not against the thing, my own gender, but sometimes I find it like very irreconcilable with how even I think. And it's not about you, Seth, or about Joshua or anyone. They tend to fixate on the archetype. Like, yes, it's important. There are multiple angles that you can play different archetypes. You don't have to be the husk that you think you have to be. You can just be normal. And there are ways that you can play through the archetypes being normal. I'm just positing. I'm saying we're all a little fucked up and crazy because we're all like, weird and into metamagic. So that's a given for us. But I'm saying for the normie, like there is a way you can just be normal.
One ought not to scare the hose.
Uh, What am I going to do with you? Okay, well, we'll close it here. It's been like a really long one. But I appreciate that you all came. Thank you, Seth, for being my co-host, as well as Joshua, of course. We're part of the team, the squad. We had Solar here. We had Monty here. Matt Murrah is always here with us in spirit, brother Matt Murrah. Happy birthday to him. And also check out his site, his spiritual services. Check out the beautiful Kino, as we would call it, website he built for us at the true TRVE Greylodge.com. Check out the episode that Dapper Zan and Matt did on my show, The Sound of Silence, as well as very close to my heart episode, The Corporate Bodies, featuring The Branch, Joshua The Branch. So, uh, and Solar Exile, of course. His episode with Dr. Stephen Flowers just got added to the site. So I know he was super proud about that. So everybody check that out because I think it was a really good dialogue between them. And also, like I said, some cool stuff that, Dr. Flowers kind of quote unquote noticed. So, but I think it's interesting because it's like I'm okay, just bring up something Spengler, so maybe we'll end on Spengler and the Anarch in a way. He's criticizing the sort of like hyper racialization of the German Reich or whatever. I don't even know what it's fucking called. Anyways, he's criticizing it and talking like right in the part where I'm at right now, and I'm like, yeah, he's right. Like, why didn't they fucking listen? Like, you guys are getting so fixed on like these we was Kang identities. Like, calm down. Like, it's not even the story of humanity. Like, you want to talk about a perennial story? I don't even like perennialism, but you want to talk about like a perennial story? The perennial story is like human beings have like changed. They have moved. They have I'm not saying I'm pro migration. I'm not pro migration. Send them all fucking back right now. But I'm serious about that. Please do, especially the Jeets. But anyways, the thing, and the reality is like, but we have changed and we have like moved and we aren't like the different ethnicities. Like I told this story before. Someone, I'm not going to say which podcast, but he got mad at me pre-recording on someone else's show. Like really, we got in like a like almost like a heated exchange. Like, and you guys know that I have like a ferocious temper, we'll say. Uh, but so yeah, we got in a heated exchange, and he was like, "You're not original Canadian," like all this stuff. He's like, "We're gonna deport you." I was like, "Okay, like where are you gonna deport me?" And he was like, "Asia." I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" I was like, when is your oldest Canadian ancestor?" Oh, 1805. They're British. I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me right now?" British? 1805? Like, just like, do you not understand? Canada was settled by French people. We've been here since 1650. Like, calm down. Like, British, they're like our mortal enemies. Um, yeah, they stole Canada from us, is basically what happened. So, anyways, I just think people get so retarded. It's like, am I going around being like, yeah, I want to, like, I should deport you for being British? Like, how would that go down? Right? Like, that wouldn't be funny. Like, that's the thing. That's what got me on leftist politics, because some of the rhetoric could be so funny. Like saying you're gonna reverse Mayflower someone. That's fucking hilarious. I'm sorry, that is funny because it's not really real, right? You're not really saying like you're gonna reverse Mayflower someone. You're just saying it as like a rhetorical discursive fire. You're saying it like in a mean kind of like, but it's funny at the same time. That's why it had power. It doesn't have power now. If you're gonna say, so if I'm gonna say, oh, to some groiper, oh, we're gonna reverse Mayflower you. They're Mexican anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So it just doesn't. It's just like, okay, like, but that's the thing, because I was raised like multiracial. I was like able to like break that clip a lot sooner. And I was like, the reality is like I've always been friends with white people my whole life, and like I don't know why I thought it was like so ethnic for a second. And I am culturally more Asian, but I realized like maybe my orientation is really Western. And I think I forgot that for a moment because I was like, what the fuck was I thinking? Like thinking I was like gonna relate to people because I'm in the diaspora and they're gonna understand like me and like all this stuff. Like, no. Like, I'll just be who I am. I won't worry about it. Like there's like, if like the groypers or the wingnuts don't want to fuck with me, that's okay. If the leftoids don't want to fuck with me, that's okay. I'm good with it. The people who want to fuck with me, that's gonna be the crew, right? So that's kind of what it is. And like I just don't give a shit. I really don't. I just am more like, what can we do? What can we reimagine? What can we put in the world? What can we generate? And also, like, why? And it's not about avoiding politics. I want to be very clear. It's not about avoiding. It's about that the fact that it's deliberately decoherent, it's deliberately putting us off into angles that have absolutely no value, no meaning, no substance, just total klipothic bullshit. It's like influencers on the take. Yes, every influencer, every journalist always is on the take. It's so naive to believe otherwise. Like completely, completely naive. Every single one. Everyone has an ideological or political or cosmological or ontological even agenda. What is your agenda? Like, what is yours? Do you want to accept it? Okay, that's fine. You can accept what someone says. But why? Don't you want to like discern and like to figure it out? And like if someone's talking bullshit, wouldn't you rather know? Or wouldn't you rather like decide for yourself instead of like be told? Why do you want to be a hearer? This was a Manichaean thing and a Zoroastrian thing. They would say, oh, yeah, the plebes are the hearers. Yeah, well, this hearer turned out better at Kabbalah than you, Naga. So, there you go. So, I guess with that being said, we'll end off at 17. So, 3 minutes. What should we talk about? Okay, so we'll do room shout outs. Seth, my favorite little Naga. I hope you got that job. We're putting it out in the Aether Wave right now. If you didn't, that's okay. We're gonna do another one. We'll do more spaces where you get more jobs. We'll put that in our Aetherwave. Joshua, Dr. William Birkin, my brother, my friend. I know you. I probably drive you insane. Uh, that's how I am. Like, I'm high strung. You know that, and you get me. Okay. Thank you so much for coming. Appreciate you. Glad that your presence has been so regular. Thank you so much. Cassandra, obviously, you're like an honorary co-host. Thank you so much for coming. Appreciate you very much. A wall enjoyer. It seems like you might be an alt of someone that we know, but I appreciate you coming, and if you are an alt that I know or don't know, I hope you enjoyed it, and yeah, thanks for coming. Always good to see new homies, new Nagas come in, and what else? Love is the cause of knowledge. Stick to the middle pillar. That doesn't mean not using the left-hand path. It just means keep those ideas conceptual. Doesn't mean that you can't use it pragmatically. There's ways to employ things without being a sicko. What else? Fuck the archons, believe nothing, but doesn't mean that you should black pill or believe that nothing ever happens. That's not what I'm saying. Know your will, love over will, but it's both together. Aeon of compliments, Aeon of psychic youth. Hyperborea, baby, I guess. What else? That's pretty much it. I mean, like those are all the Aeonic ideas. Like, yeah, she's a dancing girl. She's burning in the heatless fire. Let's fucking go. Like, that's the most alchemical thing it could ever possibly be. You're never gonna find you're never gonna find like a more. It's a self-combusting star. Every alchemist will understand. Every alchemist on this earth will understand what I just said. Whether they choose to accept my framing of it or not, that's a different story. Oh, that's a good way to end. All stories contain narrative, cosmological, ontological, or ideological. I say go for ontology. Ontology trumps everything. That's my opinion. That's a Dharmic opinion. It's a tantric opinion. Use logic. Use rhetoric. Use discriminating fire. Use your words. That's how to defeat the archons in 2025. This is Jin the Ninja. I host a show called Threshold Saints. Plus Ultra presents The Grey Lodge, Nightside of Eden, Path 2. Escape the fucking tunnels. Thank you to our brothers Matt Murrah and Solar Exile, of course, Mike, Monty, Seth, Joshua, and all of our lodges. We are the Metamagicians for a new fucking aeon. Everybody have a great night. Peace.